she told me that she had to work out in her mind that what she had lived before wasn't wrong. It's just that that's where she was at the time. That, in fact, she said that's what we had to do. And so I wondered what the struggle was, for her, but she confessed that to me. And so once she said, "Okay, I had to do that then, I don't have to now," then she became vegan. So I'm pleased with your parents moving forward.
It's very easy nowadays with the society that we have for everyone to believe that empathy is not a force. And that's a big lie. Empathy is a very strong force that we need to continue to use it with everyone. But nowadays, everyone around, doesn't matter if we are discussing politics or something else, it looks like empathy is like a virus. And is not. For me, is the biggest strength, is the is the best way for us to improve ourselves is through empathy and to show everyone, even to the people that are being nasty with us, not so nice to us, is the best way for us to have strength. Because no matter what, people are going, then they need to deal with themselves and they need to think about the options they are making. And I believe that this is very powerful, more than shocking people, more than I know that is really tough. It's a battle that is very tough to deal with. But I believe that through education and empathy, sometimes we are able to achieve more results than only with shocking people. But that's just me.
Oh, that's beautiful. And showing empathy if they're uninformed, like I have a group of people who are just sending emails back and forth about, oh, we're going to go eat here, eat chicken, da 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 da. And they know I'm in the group. So I don't think it's, on purpose, but I've found it hard to come up with anything to say that doesn't sound, that would move them. But you've made me think about empathy. I'm not sure where to go with that, but the fact that you've said use empathy is really, yeah, talk to me.
Is very difficult. It's very difficult when you listen, especially for what I usually say is that vegans, they already cross a portal where their sensitivity, it's at maximum level. And what I mean by this is that people that made the transition, they feel things with more intensity. So they are able to be aware of the mistakes that other people are doing, and that hurts them deeply. But we need to control that. It's very tough, but we need to control that because we need to think, these people or this group weren't able to make the transition yet, so I need to help them. Small steps. Doesn't matter if it's you, okay, you are going to eat chicken, no more, no problem. Next week, I'm going to prepare the meal for all of you. You want to come? Things like this. Oh, let's go to a nice vegan restaurant for you to try. I think there is so many ways for people to. Definitely it's shocking. Definitely, probably they are provoking you, but what they are trying, they are fighting with themselves. They are not fighting with you, and that's what you need to be aware of. They are not fighting. They are not against you. They are fighting with themselves. I need to provoke this person because she's touching in one place inside of me that hurts and that I don't want to look at. So we need to be aware of this when we talk. That is like the people that insult me and that threat me is not, they don't have anything against me. I just made them think about something and they didn't like it. And that's the way. The process is painful for most of people. But we need to give them time. The problem is that we don't have time in our planet.
Right. Thank you so much. I see Danny is here with some questions from the chat, so come on up, Danny. Thank you.
Hello, Danny.
Thank you so much. Hello, so nice to meet you. We have two questions from the chat. The first is from Michael, who says, truly excellent production, high quality. Could you let us know of your other productions slash titles to look out for?
Okay, I'm I don't have many documentaries that I do online because mainly because the licenses, and then it's the producers that they decide the future of the film. Everyone that is in the film industry knows how this works. So the main one that I have is Karn. Definitely, I believe there is one episode of the Universal Basic Income that I made. I'm fighting with the producer for him to make available all the documentaries. And actually, I make documentaries for a long time, but many times I was doing the documentaries for NGOs and for companies. So I'm quite new in this world. I already make video for many years, but in a way that the work is mine. It's a work of it's a work of mine. It's Karn and UBI, Universal Basic Income, are the first ones. So you will not see a lot of works from me online because I'm just starting. So and that was my first feature film. So it was the first time that I made a feature film.
Beautiful, thank you. We do have another question for you. How was your film received in Brazil?
Actually, it was surprising because that's when I get the audience award. And for me, the audience award are the best ones because we make the films for people to see it. And if people enjoy it and say, that's the best one, for me, it's the best thing ever. So it was really surprising for me. All the prizes abroad were very surprising to me. Um, and for me, it was always, it's really tough to make documentaries in Portugal. But every time that I was receiving this feedback from abroad, I was saying, you need to make an effort to continue. You need to make an effort to continue. And that was the main thing that I brought from those festivals, that I need to make an effort to continue to make more productions, to explore topics that are not easy and that we need to confront people with them.
Thank you. Thank you so much for answering our questions and great good luck to you in the future. We look forward to it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, Dr. Rao has, we'll bring him on. Hello, Dr. Rao.
Well, thank you for a great movie.
Thank you.
I just wanted to discuss with you the cultural aspects that you found. We were talking about um, people resisting the fact that they always thought eating meat was good for health and makes you feel wealthy. And, and that was true in Europe hundreds of years ago because Europe didn't have many fruits and vegetables to eat. Especially during winter, you had to eat animals. And if you couldn't eat animals, if you couldn't afford to eat animals, you basically starved, because so it was true. It's literally true for them when, from their ancestors, from maybe even 50 years ago, maybe even 100 years ago. It was literally true for them. But today you have supermarkets and you have produce from all over the world. You have greenhouses and you have animal foods that have been contaminated with chemical pollution. So you have all these, it's a confluence of different factors. Okay. So it's a question of, are we able to adapt as a species to a new set of circumstances? And I think this is how it needs to be posed. It's not about blaming anyone for having false notions or whatever. Their notions were correct when they formed them or when they got them from their parents, but it's no longer correct today. So it's updating that, it's about helping people come along to the new situation. And so I found in my talks that starting with facts seems to work very well with people, saying this is really what is going on now, and this is a dire situation we are in, and we all have to come together and solve the problem. So how would you do it? So I present the facts and I say, how would you do it? And that seems to work, at least with young people.
Yeah, I believe young people are more open to it. In Portugal, it's very particular because we had the dictatorship until 1975. So the poverty was extreme in Portugal until those dates. The 80s they were really very, very tough. Only when we joined the European Union, the country started to change. So what I usually say when people ask me, what should we do? I don't know what to do. I usually say, look to what your grandmother used to do because she was more right than we are nowadays. They knew. They didn't have any science. They didn't have money. They needed to plant their vegetables. They didn't have money for meat. But they knew how to survive and how to be healthy. So sometimes the answer is not in something very scientific or something very futuristic. Sometimes the answer is in the past, what we usually used to do, or that our grandmothers or grandfathers used to do, and that we nowadays we don't do it anymore because we let these big industries control our life, control what we eat and how we eat, and sometimes we need to rethink a little bit. But in Portugal, you have this particular problem, and everyone grew. For example, I remember my mother. When I was little, she used to say to me, I didn't want to eat anymore. Like you saw in the documentary, and she was saying, eat your meat, leave your vegetables. That's okay, because the meat was the way for me to grow and to be healthy. So they went generation after generation with this idea. But nowadays, I believe, and I want to believe that things are already changing.
Good.
Wow. We have another question.
Yes, this one comes from our friend Nancy Posnack.
Okay.
Okay, as follows. There are vegan restaurants in Lisbon and Porto. Is this a sign that there is hope for Portugal? I'm thinking of moving near Porto. Do you recommend moving to Portugal as a vegan activist? Thank you.
Well, I recommend everyone to move to Portugal. It's a very nice country. Yeah, you have options. Actually, I was born very close to Porto, but now I'm living now in Lisbon. So I'm aware, and in both big cities, you have a lot of options for vegan restaurants and vegan options. If you are going out of those places, that's not so easy. But in the big cities, you have excellent options and excellent restaurants. And I think the other question is if I what I think about she's moving to Portugal. Well, I believe that we are a country that first we are very connected to our roots. So we are a very warm people, very open people. But nowadays we are fighting the same problems that you have, for example, in the United States, the same problems that you have around Europe. We are fighting against far right. We are, like I said, everything that is a trend in United States, sooner or later will come to Europe. I believe it's always most of the times like this. But I believe that we still have a lot of connections with our roots. We are much more careful about what we eat. We pay more attention. For example, I know that sometimes the American government is really angry because, oh, Europe doesn't let us to put this kind of food in Europe. Why? Because in Europe we are very strict in many things. We don't allow the some chemicals to enter in the production. And in that area, I believe that we are um, uh, a little bit better than what happens, for example, in the United States, because the rules, they are so strict in some areas that it's more easy for you to trust the industry and for you to trust in what you eat. So, and me as a European, I like that. I like those rules that impose to the to the producers and to the industry that they need to be aware and they need to be careful to what they give to people, what give to people to eat. And I think that's a plus that we have in Europe. In Europe, in Portugal, that's a good thing. So yeah, definitely come to Portugal. You are most welcome.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. This was a wonderful time. I'm sorry we didn't get to a final question about any surprise feedback that you had from any of your this. Anytime you showed a film, did you have something surprising that happened?
Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes, yeah. If I have time, I can answer to that, you know.
Yes, yes, please.
Yeah, well, I remember that I was invited to go to a university, and I said, okay, university, you know, teachers, you know, so open-minded, okay. And I went to the university, and they had a degree in animal production. So we screened the documentary, and in the auditorium, the half of the auditorium was teachers and students from animal production, and it was a mess. It was a total mess. You know, I remember that there was a time that I was being so insulted and people, they were being so nasty that I said, you know, it was you that invited me to come here. You know, it was not my idea to come here and to show you the film. It was your idea to see the film. And actually, it was so tough that I almost needed to. I went outside, and they were saying, you know, there is a group of people waiting for you, you know, because they are going to, and it was so crazy that I wasn't scared, because I know most of the times people that like this, they don't want to do anything. They are fighting with themselves, like I said to you. But one thing that I wanted to say very quickly is what is more amazing about this documentary is that we opened the documentary to the community. So we didn't we didn't distribute the documentary. We decided to create a website and to let everyone, doesn't matter where they are in the world, to organize events to screen the documentary. And the answer was massive. It was more than 100 requests to screen the documentary around the world. So in our website, carndoc.com, we have photos of the places where the documentary was screened. And I'm saying this because everyone, doesn't matter where they are in the world, they can go to our website, they can go to the community part, and they can ask us to make a screen of the documentary for free anywhere that they want, and they can organize one event. We help them making the posters, and so the idea is to spread the word and to make people to talk with each other about this topic.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad that we asked. We're all very appreciative of you. Thank you, Ray, for introducing us, and we hope to see you again. Thank you.
Okay, me too, me too. Thank you so much.
You're
It's my
welcome.
honor.
And now we have Jane Velez Mitchell. She's going to come on screen, and I'm going to introduce her. Yay! Hello, Jane. Let's see if yep, we're getting you set so that you can unmute in a moment. Yep.
I've already gotten some out of this because I'd love to have that documentary streaming on Jane TV.
Oh my gosh, it's incredible. Yes.
So
Yes.
please tell Hugo to hang in there and watch my presentation. So where are we, people?
Okay. Oh, just a second. I'm going to introduce you.
Okay, no worries.
If you don't mind. I'm going to say,
No problems with it.
welcome to the 22nd Vegan Convergence of the Peoples, Thriving on Planet B. I'm honored to introduce to you our speaker, Jane Velez Mitchell. Thank you, Jane.
Well, thank you, Rebecca. And you are really one of my heroes, able to take a lot of the very complex environmental details that Dr. Silas Rao and others have brilliantly put together and explain it as a kindergarten teacher would for us. And you've done that many times.
Thank you.
You are a teacher, so thank you for that. So everybody, where are we? In the words of Charles Dickens, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. Obviously, more animals are being killed for food than ever before. It's a horror. It's a nightmare. We're starting to see the environmental consequences right in our face. I know people who lost their homes during the recent LA fires. We've had the tragic floods in Texas. But at the same time, there is this growing awareness that animal agriculture is a big part of the climate crisis. And so one of the things that I think is very positive is that there have been a number of environmental groups which used to completely ignore 100%. The environmental movement ignored animal agriculture's role in the climate crisis. In fact, a few years ago, I was at a Fire Drill Fridays where a very famous person who shall remain nameless was speaking and talking about fossil fuels. And I said, and animal agriculture. And she said, you be quiet. That's where we came from. And as a matter of fact, it was because of that pretty devastating experience. There were a couple of incidents similar to that. One, I was even basically told to leave when a very famous so-called environmentalist was doing a public event in downtown Los Angeles. They actually tried to get the police to throw me out. Okay, so we come from that. And actually it was at that point that I hit bottom on the whole thing. And I called Dr. Rao crying. And I said, Dr. Rao, until we prove that it's the leading cause, nobody is going to pay any attention to us. And that's when he, and correct me, Dr. Rao, if I'm wrong, decided to do the white paper. And our challenge now is to get that white paper out there, get these environmentalists to start acknowledging the reality that Oxford University has documented. Oxford University did a study in 2023 that said that heavy meat eaters, which is most Americans, can reduce their greenhouse gas emissions footprint by 75% by switching to a plant-based diet. And I said, surely the media will cover that. It was in the New York Times. It was an Oxford University study. Surely the rest of the mainstream media will pick up on that, right, Dr. Rao?
Yeah.
No, nobody picked up on it. Meanwhile, what they do is what I would call catastrophe porn. That's my phrase. And, you know, my heart goes out to obviously tragic situation in the floods. I can't even imagine what being a parent of one of those children who lost their lives is like. And the people who've lost homes, my heart goes out to them. But when the news media just covers the catastrophes, and then when a solution is presented, you can reduce your greenhouse gas emissions footprint by 75% by switching to a plant-based diet, when they refuse to cover that, that is morally reprehensible. So we, in our way here at Unchained TV, do make the effort to cover it. And well, while you're there, Dr. Rao, can you weigh in on that moment where we decided that you had to do, or you decided you had to do the white paper? Because I think that's a really seminal moment.
Yeah, absolutely. It was your request that made me write the white paper, because for me, until then, it was self-evident, because it wasn't just climate change, there are several other problems. And for every other problem, animal agriculture is the leading cause. I said, even if you don't believe it is the leading cause of climate change, you should be ending it because it's the leading cause of biodiversity loss, of ecosystems collapse, of ocean dead zones, of deforestation. I mean, it's a no-brainer, okay, in that sense. So that's why I wasn't, and everything I wrote in the white paper is straight from the IPCC's report. I just took their data and analyzed it as a systems engineer would. That's all I did in the white paper that you asked me to write. And that already shows that animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate change, which now Jared Bishop has verified in many different ways. And if you add the opportunity cost to Jared Bishop's, it goes over 100% for his also, what he's saying. So it's asking climate scientists to acknowledge that their own data is telling us that it's the leading cause, which a lot of them tell me in private that they know that.
Wow. Well,
They
that
know that, but they cannot say it in public because they lose their grants.
and they cannot say it because they'll be ostracized, just like vegans are ostracized.
Yeah, they lose their grants mainly. That's what they're scared of.
Wow. Wow.
It's the money. It's the money.
Always follow the money. Well, I'm going to try to share my screen here and talk a little bit about a couple of things, how we can fight back. Now, I just mentioned the mainstream media is not doing its job. So I want to talk about something very new that has just come up. Can you all see this?
Yes.
Yes.
We see,
Okay.
it's not full screen. We see the other slides too.
All right. But yeah, you get the idea. All
Yeah.
right, here we are. This is called Veg Media Watch. This is a new campaign by a group of people who are just really sick and tired of the hit pieces being written in mainstream media attacking veganism. Just as a little background, in 2019, when Beyond Meat was the most successful initial public offering in years, and plant-based meats seemed to be people who had never given me the time of day were texting me, oh my God, you were so ahead of your time, blah, blah, blah. Well, the meat industry decided, oh my gosh, we better fight back. And they started creating things like Masters in Beef Advocacy, churning out tens of thousands of social media influencers talking about how you need to eat meat, blah, blah, blah. And then the mainstream media jumped on that and started writing hit pieces. And for a couple of years, we did not respond at all. And I remember it was over a year ago, a bunch of us at the AVA Summit, Animal Vegan Advocacy Summit, sort of huddled together and said, we got to do something about this. We got to do something. But nothing was done. So this year, something called Veg Media Watch has come up. Now, I urge everybody, if you have a pen and paper or write it into your notes on your phone, Veg Media Watch, because this will not work unless other people get involved in retweeting and commenting. So basically, Veg Media Watch takes the articles in a very fact-based, respectful, balanced way, not, you jerks, nothing like that, and essentially analyzes the hit piece and calls out the reporter. So you can see here in an op-ed published by the Wall Street Journal, pro-meat activist, leave her name out for the time being, calls on the federal government to minimize the inclusion of plant-based protein in the upcoming federal dietary guidelines, and basically calls out the inaccuracies of this article and basically questions whether there's meat industry money behind this and who funds the not-for-profit that pays this person, this reporter's salary. She actually responds, okay? And then she basically says, we don't publish donors because groups like yours have harassed them. We have a policy of taking no industry money and I do not agree, blah, blah, blah. And then there's even more filings. Basically the 990. This is just one example. I'll give you another example. And basically propose the question, why do we need Veg Media Watch? Here's the answer. The meat dairy industry spends millions on lobbying, advertising, and public relations to promote their products as natural and environmentally friendly, demonize plant-based foods as highly processed, marginalize veganism unhealthy. News media publishes anti-vegan propaganda to support their advertisers, calling out reporters and editors and discouraging, basically what this does is it calls out reporters and editors and discourages unfair and biased reporting. One of the things I want to point out is that this organization also complements fair reporting. But here's an example of a very bad headline. The BBC counsels vegan lunches do not promote sustainability. Now, they're not saying it. They're quoting somebody that in the article says vegan lunches do not promote sustainability. But by writing this extremely negative headline, given that most people do not read articles, they just read the headlines, the percentage of people who actually go forward and read an article is much less than the number of people who see a headline. This really hurts veganism. So again, Veg Media Watch said this poorly worded BBC headline will leave many readers with the impression that plant-based diets are bad for the planet, when in fact they emit far fewer greenhouse gases than animal-based diets. Given that fires, floods, and storms can be attributed to climate change, wiping out entire communities, BBC News should exercise more caution when selecting titles for their sustainability stories. Contrary to this title, which would assuredly be misconstrued, going vegan is good for the planet. This is extremely important because I can tell you, as somebody who was in the mainstream media for 37 years, you do not want to be called out publicly. Okay? The subject matter is not the issue for these reporters. This could be job insecurity. Okay? If somebody wants to use this as leverage, blah, blah, blah. Reporters, I was called out about 3 times in my entire 37 years, and I remember each and every one, and not fondly. So how does Veg Media Watch work? Veg Media Watch publishes respectful, measured social media posts that call out reporters and media outlets that publish pro-meat, anti-vegan propaganda, amplify and complement pro-vegan news coverage. This is super important, tag reporters, editors, and their bosses so they are aware that they are being publicly called out. This approach sends a message to journalists that publishing anti-vegan propaganda and pro-vegan stories have consequences. So again, here's another example. BBC Science News. This article is dangerous. It vilifies plant-based diets based on a research study with many limitations that the writer doesn't list until the end. Also, the link to the website that published the research study is broken. These are getting into the weeds is so important. And you can see how businesslike and measured this is. The reporter again responds. Apologies for the broken link. That should be fixed right now. As for the rest, this article is 400 words long, 200 of which discuss the study's limitations and how to get correct amino acids from a vegan diet. P.S. I'm vegan. Well, see, then Media Watch, Veg Media Watch responds to that. Thank you for responding. Blah, blah, blah. The point that the response makes is the headline is the most important thing in any story. So if you look carefully, the headline here is even protein-rich vegan diets may fall short on key nutrients, study suggests. That is what I call a hit piece headline. Now, why is this so important? And it's important for all of you to follow Veg Media Watch on X. Okay, that's what I'm asking everybody to do. Now, a lot of vegans will say, I don't use X. Well, let's accept life on life's terms. Politicians use X and journalists use X. So I would say you don't have to devote your life to using X, but use X for this one purpose. If you don't have X already, AKA Twitter, download the app. It takes 5 seconds. Follow Veg Media Watch and check in daily, because every day there is a new, unfortunately, we don't have far to look to find these hit pieces. And let me tell you, it does send a message to the media. because it sends a message to other reporters. If I write a hit piece, I'm going to get written up in Veg Media Watch. Now, if you look down there, there's only 7 retweets and 4 comments. The problem with that is that we need more retweets. We need more comments. I have been personally commenting on every post. I urge all of you to do that. Again, it's very simple. Now, I've had people say to me, oh, I don't have time. Yet these very same people will spend 45 minutes talking to another vegan about how terrible the news coverage is. So it's really more a matter of discipline. It's a matter of, you know, they're disciplined. They are disciplined on the other side. It's a matter of us getting disciplined and saying, I'm going to check, I'm going to get on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to check Veg Media Watch, and I'm going to retweet and comment every day. And by the way, if you wanted to start now, there's about 30, because this just got started after the AVA Summit. There's about, and they're not connected with it. It's not connected to the AVA Summit at all. I want to make that clear. But there's about 30 posts that you could go and comment on right now. We're there. It's also going to be on Instagram and on Facebook. But the truth is that X, Twitter, is what the news media uses. And it's the most efficient way to get a response and to see not only the reporter, but the reporter's editors, their bosses. As many people are tagged at the journalistic institution as possible. Again, in a measured, thoughtful way. Nobody has to fear that commenting is going to, you know, make you seem like you're an extremist. This is journalism. When somebody writes a bad article like that, even protein-rich vegan diets may fall short on key nutrients, studies suggest, that is totally out of sync with what the actual article wrote, that's bad journalism. It needs to be called out. So again, there's numerous examples. 7 reasons why veganism isn't good for you, dietitian explains. This needs to be called out, okay? So it was called out by Veg Media Watch. I'll read it to you. The online health and wellness publication, Only My Health, claims veganism isn't good for you. The anti-vegan propaganda disguised as health advice is dangerous as it advises readers who only see the title and subtitle that a plant-based diet, which largely consists of fruits, veg, whole grains, and legumes, is unhealthy. If blah, blah editors are going to use clickbait to increase page views, then they should at least select titles that are fair and accurate. 7 reasons why veganism isn't good for you is neither. Everybody who's involved, as many people as possible, are tagged. This is extremely effective activism. I would like to see, when I get through with this little presentation, how many people, with a show of hands, by simply raising your hand, are willing to join the Veg Media Watch team and respond. 2 participants. Now, how many people do we have on here? We need more than 2 participants. And I assure you, I would bet my pinky that all of you have spent at least an hour complaining to other vegans about bad media coverage. So we also respond to positive stories. And here we go. New study reveals surprising health benefits of a temporary vegan diet. So this was in Men's Health. Veg Media Watch says, thank you, Men's Health, for sharing this information. Note, if a healthy plant-based diet can produce these positive results in just a few months, then just imagine the benefits over the long term. So there's an example of how it's a very fair process. So to summarize, Veg Media Watch needs you. You literally just need to write down the word Veg Media Watch, or if you have a phone and you have X, go and just follow it right now and then check it. Bottom line, if you're disillusioned by anti-vegan news coverage, take action by following @Veg Media Watch and sharing and commenting on its posts. We can turn this around, but it's going to take all of us. Veg Media Watch. Again, it's great to do it on LinkedIn and on the others. The key one, though, if you had to do one, is X, because that's what the news media, as well as the politicians, that's what the news media as well as the politicians listen to. So let's see here. I'm just going to say we got 40 people. How many people are willing to, how many people did we get? We got a slew of hands, but I don't know how many. I'd be interested to hear, thoughts about what people think about this or why they may be reluctant to do it. I've done like a little, what I would call informal survey. And I would say that the main reason is people say, I'm doing too many things already. But honestly, this is crucial. There is a war being waged against us. And if we simply do not respond at all, it's open season. I was a journalist for 37 years. I worked at the biggest news outlets. And I could tell you that no reporter likes to be called out publicly. Okay. I remember when I was a cub reporter, I went in, I was working in Philadelphia. Okay. Here's when I did something I should have done. And I was supposed to be covering these group of people watching TV because there was something happening on the TV and they're all watching and it's an extremely bad signal. And this was back in the rabbit ears day. I moved the antenna so that the signal cleared up. They wrote an article about me saying I staged the event, that I was supposed to be there to observe, and I shouldn't have insinuated myself by moving the rabbit ears. They were right. That was not something I should have done. I was a cub reporter. It seemed really kind of ridiculous that nobody was doing that, so I did it. But I was right to get called out. I remember it to this day, and it was almost 40 years ago. So yes, this is very effective, but it's not going to be effective unless people do it. Ray Kowalczak, my buddy, Ray, is your hand up? Ray. Okay. Yeah, we need everybody to do this. And I let me tell you something, it can turn around pretty quickly because the word will get out. Hey, if you write one of those nasty articles with one of those terrible headlines, you know what's going to happen. They're going to call you out on it. So very important. All right. I want to just bring everybody up to date on some of the wonderful things that are happening. I'm going to share my screen again. And as I said, it was the best of times. It was the worst of times. Let's celebrate some of our victories. And maybe I'll put this full screen. Here we go. Welcome to the Truth Files with me, your host, Jane Velez Mitchell. We have 5 very exciting wins to tell you about this week. Absolutely huge victories for animals and animal rights. Let's start with the big one. The U.S. Supreme Court declines to review California's landmark Proposition 12 animal cruelty law. This is massive. Remember, California is the 4th largest economy in the world. And there it is. Petition denied. The Iowa Pork Producers Association wanted the Supreme Court to basically violate the will of the people of California who voted that animals should have a right to turn around, that pigs shouldn't be kept in crates the size of their bodies. This is a massive victory. We have an expert here to talk about it. Another major piece of breaking news, the Swiss government is now mandating the disclosure on food labels of animal abuse. So these Swiss food labels must declare animal suffering starting now. This is absolutely a major breakthrough, and we would certainly love to have other countries in Europe following this. Now, here's another massive victory. No whales will be killed in Iceland in 2025. This is from Captain Paul Watson. And we have another incredible piece of news. Harvey Epstein has won the New York City Council Democratic primary, defeating Anthony Weiner's comeback bid. Now, when you win the Democratic primary in New York City, that's tantamount to winning the general election. So now we have a vegan animal rights activist who has won. We have finally a very fun, upbeat story to tell you about. And that is, well, Variety has a big contest, Variety magazine. It's America's favorite couple. And Jeff Goldblum is going to be involved. And guess who is number 1 in her group? Currently number 1, Renee King-Sonnen and her husband, Tommy. This is absolutely incredible. We're going to tell you how to vote so that you can help her win. We've got an incredible panel of experts. We're going to start with the one and only Chris Green, who is the executive director of the Animal Legal Defense Fund. Chris tells us all about how they basically defeated the attempts by the pork industry to overturn Prop 12. The bad news is that the House Agriculture Committee this week held a hearing and basically is trying to once again do an end run around Prop 12 and in a legislative fashion overturn Prop 12. So it's extremely important that we all stay on top of that, because California is the fourth largest economy in the world now, the fourth largest economy in the world. So what happens in California determines basically like national and global trade. So it's banning any product that is made by, includes pigs who were kept in gestation crates. So basically that means those crates have to go. And that's why they are so, and the law's in effect already. So that's why they're so determined to overturn it. And we are equally determined to stop them from overturning it. So I just want to say that we need to celebrate our victories though. I think that there's a sense that, you know, veganism, as we see from the hit pieces, is under attack. But that's, as a number of people have said, including Will Potter, who I interviewed this week, the author of the incredible new book, Little Red Barns, which is an expose on concentrated animal feeding operations. He spent 10 years writing this book. I urge everybody, buy Little Red Barns. But he said the reason we're under attack is because we are an existential threat to the meat and dairy industry, and they realize that we're coming. So we have to keep coming. I want to also celebrate a few other victories. Give me a second, because I'm getting these other videos out there, and then I'm going to share my screen again. Mercy for Animals is doing some really, really incredible work, and I want to give props to Leah Garces, who just came out with this new book called Transformation. Again, this is another book I urge everybody to get. And it basically is, she's created this template for animal agriculture industry to transition to plant-based. So let's hear a little bit of what's going on there. Extraordinary guest for you today, the amazing Leah Garces, president of Mercy for Animals, and she is the author of this blockbuster, game-changing new book, Transformation: The Movement to Free Us from Factory Farming. It's truly a game changer. Without further ado, let's go straight out to Leah Garces herself. Leah, just tell us in essence why you wrote this book. What is your bottom line message?
Yeah, I wrote this book because I wanted to tell stories about people and animals closest to factory farming and how they were finding a way out, to give us all hope that if they can find a way out, we can all find a way out of factory farming.
Well, it's so extraordinary because I think it's the thing that our society needs more than anything else right now. And it's not just a book, it's a movement. And Mercy for Animals has taken a lot of action. You've actually sent us some video of what you've been up to. So let us show that video and then we will discuss it on the other side.
1, 2, 3. We are here for a ribbon cutting ceremony of our very first transformation hub here in North Carolina. It demonstrates everything we're moving away from and everything we're moving toward, which is a life after factory farming. It is so significant we're doing this in North Carolina. North Carolina has some of the highest concentration of both pig and chicken factory farms, and it's growing. So we are right in the heart of it, showing that we are resisting factory farming and building a new, better way.
My family is very, very excited because they used to work with me in the poultry house back then, and right now I transitioned from poultry into a greenhouse. They're very excited and very happy for me on what I can do.
Oh, wow. One of the big takeaways that I got watching this is that the chicken farmers, basically, they're victims too. And that is really important to point out, is like principles above personalities. I mean, what Leia's pointed out is that these people are kind of sucked into this industry and they're put in enormous debt, and they can make more money doing plant-based and maintain lower debt than they did with the poultry farming, which essentially leaves them as indentured servants. They have to take on huge debt. They're kind of stuck in there trying to pay off the debt. They make very little per chicken, and a lot of them want out. So while you might say, well, that's one farm, but it is a template for other farms. And I think that this is very powerful. And what they're trying to do is get ambassadors. So they're trying to get ambassadors all over in states across the country, showing other farmers how to do this. And certainly I wish them the best. This is super, super important. And getting back to the environmentalists now, I am seeing a lot of like breaking through, not necessarily universal acceptance or admittance of animal agriculture's role in factory farming, but things are happening. We're breaking through. So let's look a little bit at that for a second. And I want to make sure I've got bear with me for 1 second. I want to share my screen. Okay, we're going to pull that up and share the screen. And thank you for your patience. And we're going to click that and share. Okay. Here we go. We got a new open, by the way, on Unchained TV. So I hope you like it. This is Unchained TV. Food policy. Oh, that sounds wonky, but it just might be what's needed to save our planet. The Plant-Based Treaty and the City of West Hollywood co-hosted this fascinating food day event as part of LA Climate Week. Along with a delicious plant-based spread, speakers laid out why going plant-based is absolutely crucial.
Animal agriculture is one of the leading causes of climate change and water and air pollution, but it is the single leading cause of deforestation, species extinction, biodiversity loss, ocean acidification, ocean dead zones, soil erosion. I mean, there are so many things that this industry contributes to. And I think that's a really great way to start relating to other people. Everyone cares about something, and we can tap into their passions to drive them to action.
West Hollywood has now made history. All of their official city events are now plant-based by default. West Hollywood Mayor Chelsea Byers revealed that all she needed was a little push from advocacy groups.
What it took for me was just hearing that this idea was out there. When Mercy for Animals started knocking on my inbox and asking me, as somebody who was situated as, in my bio, it said I cared about climate change. Our city was a city in our climate action plan that addressed factory farming and mass agriculture as a problem with climate change. So there was sort of all of this in a matrix that would line up and be like, yeah, that makes sense to go target them. But now what else makes sense? City of Santa Monica has been a long time a leader in sustainability. How else can they start thinking about this, right? What other cities host a lot of events and do a lot of food, right? Just sort of thinking about those things. And I think that's what it takes. It's your creativity, reaching out and crossing that bridge and really shaking the doors of government, because I promise it was a few emails it took, but help us get the job done, right?
I really appreciate that, Mayor, to encourage everyone to take action. And we encourage all of you to take action.
Plant-Based Treaty's Samantha Lau moderated this groundbreaking food policy discussion where government policy makers cemented the importance of moving away from animal agriculture.
Julie from Better Food Foundation, can you tell us exactly what Mayor Byers was talking about when she talked about defaults?
Default is a key component to all of this policy that's being passed. So what is a default? When you go to an office, you go to a large event, you go to your cafeteria at your corporation, the food being served is default, but you can still opt in for meat or dairy. It drastically reduces meat and dairy intake. example today. Did you guys? Thank you. Thank you, Plant-Based Treaty and West Hollywood, for hosting us. We really fundamentally need to re-examine the way we grow food, the way we consume food, the way we purchase food. So, globally, a third of our emissions comes from our food systems. And, animal-based diets are more carbon intensive, require more land, water, and really result in poorer health outcomes. And we got some of the most delicious plant-based foods here today, and we all realize that it tastes delicious.
In a dramatic development, this official revealed that Los Angeles County, the most populous county in the United States, with nearly 10 million residents, is taking serious strides to incorporate plant-based meals into its government functions.
It's massive. There are 10 different departments within the county operating 26 food venues and programs and over 110 different food contracts. I mean, it's massive. So the supervisor, recognizing that the county could be a leader in this area and make significant environmental impacts, back in 2024, she introduced a motion along with Supervisor Solis to review the county's food procurement policies. And this was really written and worked on in alongside Mercy for Animals, who's here today. So thank you for all your work on that. And that motion really looks to identify ways to increase plant-based foods and was our strategy for reducing greenhouse gas emissions.
This is huge, as LA County is home to more people than 40 U.S. states combined.
We need to look at our food system.
One strategy to get cities to offer more plant-based foods? Just partner with the local vegan restaurants and let them provide healthy and sustainable food at official city events.
You're drumming up business for them and also really championing the work that is already happening in the community.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, and actually, Plant-Based Treaties are working on a lot of campaigns that work with businesses. 100 Cafes campaign, and we want to build a strong economy for the plant-based community, and that's why Plant-Based Treaty does have a lot of campaigns like that.
Plant-Based Treaties' Ellen Dent honed in on why it's so absolutely important for city governments to go plant-based now.
So over 83% of the agricultural land that is used towards animal agriculture, and that only produces about 37% of protein and only 18% of global calories. So our current food system as it is not sustainable, and we cannot continue to consume this way and expect that we are going to have a good future on this planet. What we need is for our food system to turn into a carbon sink. So instead of emitting carbon, it needs to actually absorb the carbon, and we can do that through plant-based transitions.
In an Oxford University study reported in the New York Times, heavy meat eaters, which describes many, if not most, Americans, can reduce their greenhouse gas emissions footprint by a whopping 75% by switching to a plant-based diet. There was so much talking today, panel discussions, questions, speeches, but the bottom line is that there is a way 3 times a day that you can combat climate change. It's right on your plate, and it's delicious. I'm Jane Velez Mitchell for Unchained TV. So there you go. I wanted you to see the whole thing because there's a lot of information in there. And the information that I thought was just, first of all, West Hollywood is always a leader. I mean, when it comes to the fur ban, when it comes to puppy mills, banning dogs from being sold from puppy mills in stores. I mean, they have always led the way. And now they're leading the way on plant-based by default. But what was really extraordinary, and I was there, we were a sponsor, and Plant-Based Treaty, incredible work. Way to go, Plant-Based Treaty and Mercy for Animals and all the other groups that came together for this West Hollywood Food Day, which was, really, I think, significant, is that LA County, you heard it there yourself. I mean, that's huge. And as I was listening to her,
speak, the woman from the LA County Supervisor's Office, I was like, wow, this is big. So what we need, of course, is to take that template. Again, these are templates that are being established, just like you have the transformation template. Now you have the plant-based by default template. And then you have the procurement, plant-based procurement template that LA County is instituting. And we have to spread these across the United States and the world. But I think it's really important because so many people are beating their chests about vegan restaurants are closing. Well, guess what? New vegan restaurants are opening as well. And restaurants across the board are closing because of changing in cultural behavior patterns as a result of the pandemic. A lot of people aren't going to the restaurants the way they used to, and for other reasons. So I think that it's very important that we remain hopeful and optimistic. There's a lot of positive things happening. And, we've got just about 15 minutes. I would love to dialogue with the people who are on this Zoom about what you guys think and what you humans think about all of this. And we can go back to Veg Media Watch as well, because I don't want people to forget that. That is super, super, super important. I'm commenting every day. I'm a very busy person, but the last thing I'll say is there are ways to be super effective. Just today, I stopped everything I was doing and I followed some prompts that Mercy for Animals gave regarding reaching out to one of the largest food distribution corporations in America that is talking about going sustainable, but has no plant-based policy. And they gave 3 action points. Write an email. That was very easy. It was 1 click. Then go on social media and comment. I went on LinkedIn. I wrote a comment. I included a link to the New York Times article about reducing your greenhouse gas emissions footprint by 75% by going plant-based. And then I copied that and put it in 5 different comments on LinkedIn for that company. I do the same thing with PETA. Anytime I get an instruction from PETA, I stop what I'm doing because I know I can get to the end point very quickly. Hit Y to send a message. These are very efficient systems, but we have to use them. And again, Veg Media Watch is a very powerful, take my word for it. I was in the media for 37 years. It's a very powerful thing if we all do it. Back to you, Rebecca.
Thank you so much, Jane. Definitely, I'm going to do Veg Media Watch, and I bet a number of people here will, and I think it's fantastic. Thank you for that wonderful presentation, and we have time for questions. And I see Paige Parsons Roach is here to ask a question, and so we'll bring her up in a moment.
Okay. Hi. Hey there. Hey, Jane. Okay. Wow. So inspiring. What I love is that there's lots of ways that we can take action. And you said to me years ago, I was super depressed about something. I called you. I'm like, Jane, I don't even know. How do you deal with this? And you said, well, get sad for a moment, and then you get busy for the rest. You get an action. And I'm like, that is such a good way to move through all this navigating the minutia. My question, okay, a couple things. I just want, because I am on the campaign for Plant-Based Treat, I want everyone to know it's a global campaign, and anyone's welcome to a welcome call on a Friday morning. So I did want to make a mention of that. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me about the welcome call, and you can find out more how you can get involved with your country, city, village, wherever. Okay, so I just want to say that. And also you can take actions online, literally from the comfort of your home. You can send emails. So there's that. Jane, here's my question. Where do you see the media, your take on the media moving with all this messaging? In other words, do you feel like they're going to even pump in more money into, discrediting us? Or do you feel like there might be an actual shift, given that we are barreling towards, 2026? Where, as Dr. Rao has pointed out, there are so many markers of collapse coming our way. So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think it's a good question. I always think of the swing of the pendulum, and that's what we see culturally all the time. We're seeing it right now in politics. Something swings one way, and then it swings back the other way. And quite often it goes too far in either direction, and then it pulls back and it swings. You know, this is what we go through. And so we've gone through this period of hate and demonization of the word vegan. And that's why Veg Media Watch is so important to counteract that. And I think we're going to see a swing in the other direction because the word is getting out. In other words, just as these climate organizations are starting to see, these environmental groups, that we can't totally ignore this meat and dairy thing. We're going to be irrelevant if we do. I want to point out that in California, Enviro Voters, which holds the very important Badass Vegan Awards. A lot of politicians show up there. I was there for the last 2 years in a row. It's plant-based now. Why? Because of people who joined the organization and then pushed for plant-based internally. And it's kind of funny. I'll tell you, I went to the last Badass Green Awards here in Culver City, nearby, just I don't know, about a month ago. And I was seeing the various vegans that I knew, and each one kind of took credit for turning the Badass Vegan Awards vegan. Oh, I talked to them and I blah, blah, blah. And I said, oh, great. Then I talked to the next one. Yeah, well, guess what? What that means is it was a group effort. There were half a dozen vegans who were part of the Badass Green Awards and California Enviro Voters, and they made their voices heard. Good. Join these organizations. I'm a member of the Sierra Club. There's going to be a picnic. And anybody asked, do you want to volunteer? I said, I'll volunteer and I will provide a table with vegan food. And now we have the amazing Jonathan Ohayon of Le Crêpe de Jardin and his bride providing incredibly gorgeous, delicious crepes at that event. And Unchained TV is sponsoring that booth. And, you know, what's that cliche? That's how change happens. So everybody can do this. You can join the Sierra Club. You can join California Enviro Voters and the Natural Resources Defense Council and all these places, because we have to get our foot in the door. And then to California Enviro Voters' credit, they listened and they changed. Also, I want to give credit to Chris Tucker, because at the end of the day, it's the taste of the food. And he was super instrumental in overseeing, for example, with Hollywood Climate Summit. That's another video I could play for you. Hollywood Climate Summit has gone vegan for a couple of years in a row. And Chris Tucker assembled a team. I want to almost show that video, but next time. But of incredible vegan chefs that put out food that was so delicious that people were like fighting each other to get to the table. So they say if you build it, they will come. If you go in there and make your voices heard, they can change and they will change.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Paige. Yes, Dr. Rao, and then Dakota.
Yeah, my question in Veg Media Watch, I went and started liking all their posts on X. And there's one post where they talk about animal agriculture is responsible for 14 to 18% of greenhouse gas emissions on an annual basis. And I was wondering, can I help them understand where those numbers come from? Because they're repeating industry numbers.
Absolutely. This is all about contributing thoughts and ideas to this. And that's why commenting is so important. And, you know, for folks who are just joining, maybe I will just very quickly go back to the Veg Media Watch so people know what we're talking about. I don't want to leave anybody in the dark here. And I will just share that screen for a second. So we're back, you know, letting everybody know it's a new organization, nonprofit, not official, even nonprofit yet. It's a collection of vegans who are tired of the hit pieces and the hate and just created Veg Media Watch. I'm part of the coalition, but it's not me. And in a respectful, business-like manner, calling out reporters who write hit pieces. Here's Meat Will Make America Healthy Again. It was a tweet that called out the reporter. The reporter responded. There was a back and forth. That's success. When the reporter responds, let me tell you, that's success. And when you have the reporters and their editors seeing this, it sends a message. It sends a message to them, and it sends a message to other reporters. And as I mentioned before, having been a reporter for 37 years, no reporter wants to be publicly called out for bad journalism, irrespective of the topic. So we're urging everybody to go follow Veg Media Watch. It's on various socials, but the most important, because that's what the politicians and the media goes to, is X. Just go to Veg Media Watch, check it daily. There's usually a new article, a new response to an article. Unfortunately, there's plenty to choose from every day. And comment, retweet and comment. And Dr. Rao, it would be great if you said, actually, it's worse than that. And then explained, obviously, there's a limitation of the number of characters you can use, but you could comment twice, or you could provide a link to your white paper. So this is all a work in progress, and nobody has the perfect answer to everything. But the most important thing is that there's retweets. Imagine if there were 40 or 400 retweets instead of 4, right? Imagine the impact that would start having. And we need to speak up. This is not done in a nasty way. It's not like, you jerks, no. This is almost corporate in its calling out, which gives it more credibility. And I think it's really going to help. So there you go. I urge all of you not just to say you're going to do it, but follow through and do it.
Very
I'm
good.
happy to do it, but I'm happy to also explain to them, whoever it is who's running that, explain to them these different numbers, because there are so many numbers floating around now.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe a little meeting.
Yeah.
I hear you. And, yes, I'm very excited that you're going to be commenting, Dr. Rao, because that gives us credibility too.
Sure.
Thank you.
Great. And you know what? The rest of us can get on and post Dr. Rao's paper and Gerard Bishop's paper. So if a lot of us are posting saying, hey, you need to look at this, that will help get them interested in.
Right.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Reporters. We're not saying anybody's evil. People are, we're pack animals, and reporters are particularly pack animals, and they see somebody doing it. I mean, I've done it. I see, these articles, 7 reasons why, and suddenly I'm writing an article, 7 reasons why. We're pack animals. We follow and we imitate. So it's super important. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. And Dakota, somebody's going to bring him on screen. There you go. Hello, Dakota.
Hello. Hey, Jane. I just had a comment. Wanted to tell you, you're so inspirational and motivational, and I just love that you're here every VCOP. So I think it was 2 VCOPs ago, I can't remember, but I became a subscriber to Unchained TV. You just inspired me, and I'm like, yes, and even though I don't make much money, I give what I can, but it's the support, right? It matters. And so now I also was like, one of those people who's like, I'm so busy, I don't have time to follow all these social medias. I'm like, I have Facebook, that's it. I don't even get on it much, but it's how I keep up with my family. And I'm like, okay, so just in the last half hour, I've downloaded X, Instagram, and LinkedIn. I'm going to subscribe to Veg News. I'm going to do what you said, because yes, I got 5 minutes a day. And so you're awesome. Love you all. Thank you.
Thank you. And I always tell people, thank you, Dakota. And I remember you gave me a ride to the airport. Very, very nice when I almost missed my flight. I appreciate you. I tell people, if you don't have time to get on X and retweet, then you don't have time to, can I say, bitch to other people about how bad the coverage is on veganism. Like, don't spend that time talking to your friend about yakety, 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 yak, when you could be retweeting a reasoned analysis of a hit piece.
Very good. Very good. Thank you, Dakota. That's a big step for you. Thank you, Jane. This has been wonderful. I'm very inspired, and I love the fact that people went default in West Hollywood. It's fantastic. Any final words? We've got a minute left, 2 minutes left.
I was going to talk also about the importance of embracing AI. And, you know, the world's being divided into two parts, people and institutions and corporations and even nations that are using AI and aren't. And so I would urge everybody to get on board. Also, you know, ChatGPT is going to learn from what is being put into it. So put in vegan content when you're editing, and I use it to write now. Not to say that I don't write myself, but I'll throw it in afterwards. And you know what? It is better afterwards. So not always. I have to use things like, please never say the word eatery, but overall, it's great. You can rank higher on SEO, and it's a technology that's here to stay. Trying to pretend that you don't want to use AI is like saying, I don't want to use electricity, you know, or drive a car. So I urge all of you, embrace it for the animals. That's my final. And of course, download Unchained TV on your phone. It's free. Just go to your phone and download Unchained TV. You can text 2,000 videos. So that person, that neighbor who says I could never give up cheese, we've got hundreds of videos about vegan cheeses you can text them.
Fantastic.
Thanks for having me.
Fantastic, Jane. Thank you so much. It was wonderful.
Thank you.
All right. Well, hello. Welcome, Keegan. We're so glad you're
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Okay, I'm going to introduce you. Do you need to set up any slides, or are you good to go?
I'm good to go.
All right. All right. Welcome, everyone, to the 22nd Vegan Convergence of the Peoples, Thriving on Planet B. I'm Rebecca Allen, and I'm honored to introduce to you our speaker, Keegan Kuhn. He's an award-winning documentary maker, video producer, and professional musician. He runs First Spark Media, a video production company tailored to creating videos and films for nonprofit organizations and conscientious companies. He's the producer of Turlock, the documentary, Something to Be Thankful For, and co-producer and co-director of the groundbreaking film Cowspiracy, The Sustainability Secret, What the Health, and Running for Good. And now we have Keegan Kuhn here, the Red Rock Natural History Museum. Keegan Kuhn.
Thanks so much, Rebecca. Really appreciate it. I want to thank everybody at Climate Healers for all the work that you all do. It's amazing just to see how tireless, or at least it appears to be tireless work that you all do to really push the culture forward. And it's inspiring, and it's a good reminder that we're not alone in this, that we're all working in our own ways and in different ways, this multi-pronged approach to move culture towards a more sustainable and more compassionate way of living. Thank you for the intro. So I had a whole presentation planned, but unfortunately I misjudged times and distances. So right now I am out in the middle of the New Mexican desert at a national monument. So I don't have my whole presentation, so I'll just be giving off my phone. If there's issues with the audio, please, folks, let me know in the comments and conversations. I can hopefully see.
We'll
okay,
be
great.
Yeah.
Great. So I have been a documentary filmmaker for about 15 years, making feature documentaries, and we've made films like Cowspiracy and What the Health and Running for Good, and They're Trying to Kill Us. I was co-producer on Slay, The End of Medicine, Milked. About 10 feature documentaries at this point. We have another film feature documentary coming out shortly. But we've seen, and I think this kind of ties in with what Jane was talking about, that the culture of media is shifting. And it used to be so much easier to get a film onto Netflix, to get media attention for the project that we're doing. But sadly, it's become much, much harder. After Seaspiracy, which was on Netflix original, we saw a shift where Netflix was not as interested in vegan content and content that promoted veganism. And Netflix is one of the largest platforms, where most folks watch documentaries. And so without having that access, it becomes really, really hard. And it gets to a point where you're like, why are we making documentaries? Why am I personally spending so much of my energy and resources to try and make these films if they don't have a platform like Netflix. And I actually had a meeting with Netflix a few years ago where they straight up told me, they said, we're not really interested in anything promoting veganism. We're not really interested in things that are promoting environmentalism. We're not a mission-driven company. We are a profit-driven company. Our motivation is to find new subscribers and retain subscribers. So if a film moves that needle, great. But if it's about social justice or about the environment or about animals, we're just not really interested. And that was disheartening. But the real knife in the heart was I had a meeting about 2 years ago with National Geographic, and we all know National Geographic as an environmental focused company, a company that has really built its whole platform on telling untold stories, particularly of the natural world and of indigenous people. We went to them with a project, and they were very excited about it. We were building it into a series, and it got to the third round, and they came back and they said, hey, we're looking at our catalog for this following year, and we're really just focused on true crime and celebrity-driven content. And that was hard. I said, well, there's some celebrities involved in this project. And I said, well, it has to be like, for example, it had to be Will Smith on camera going, if you're going to talk about the Amazon, him traveling around the Amazon. Otherwise, we're just not interested. And that to me was, I felt like a real shift, that the distribution, the whole platforms of National Geographic and Discovery and HBO Films or HBO Docs and Netflix and all these other platforms, you start to look and you start to see that really what they're focused on is true crime and celebrity content. And those are two places that I'm not really in. And I've tried. We did a film called They're Trying to Kill Us, which had Billie Eilish as the executive producer and who's in the film. Chris Paul, who's an NBA All-Star, executive producer in the film. It's full of celebrities. And the platform said the same thing. They say, well, it's about social justice. This was about Billie Eilish making music. We'd be interested. If this was about Chris Paul playing basketball, we'd be interested. But it's just about social justice, about healthy food. And even though it could help, particularly Americans of color, we don't want it. And so it's very disheartening. This is a long way of saying, why am I starting a natural history museum? It seems so out of left field to be an award-winning documentary filmmaker, be known for making documentary films. Why would I switch and move into this realm of creating a natural history museum? And as my background points out, the Red Rock Natural History Museum mission is to understand the past to protect the present. And so my background, as well as being a filmmaker, is I'm also a paleo artist. So I make artwork for natural history museums, and I've been doing that for over 10 years now. And I have a company called T-Rex Dinosaurs, and I work with natural history museums all around the world. Some major institutions, the Royal Saskatchewan Museum in Canada, the Museum of the Rockies in Montana, a number of museums in California, Colorado. And I use my love of the natural world, also love of dinosaurs and prehistory, to, again, hopefully inspire people to care about the present world. But so many of these natural history museums they fail to talk about the environment, or they glorify destructive aspects of our culture. Many natural history museums, most natural history museums are actually based in the western half of the United States, and there's this heavy romanticism around cowboys and ranching culture. And that's something that's obviously pretty much everybody who's on here today understands, that ranching livestock industry is one of the most destructive industries. It is the most destructive industry on the planet. And so I thought, I want to change that. I live in Sedona, Arizona, which is a hotbed for tourism. We have about 4 million tourists come through our small town every single year. It's a town of 10,000 people. We have 4 million tourists come through, and they come to see the incredible red rocks. There's about 180 million years of exposed geology. So you can see Earth's history, and you can see it stratigraphically as it goes through time. And people come for this incredible beauty, but they fail to get educated in any way about the geology, the paleontology, and the ecology of this area. And so it felt like a missed opportunity. And since I live there and I have a background in storytelling, I have a background as a paleo artist, and I have a love for the natural world, this is great. This is a way we can pull people in. So we're starting the Red Rock Natural History Museum. There's a small group of us in Sedona and outside of Sedona for working to try and get this museum open. Ideally, we're going to open it early next year. And the museum is going to focus on these three categories: geology, paleontology, like dinosaurs, and even into the Ice Age, like mammoths, and then ecology. And that ecology is mostly focused on modern ecology, but it will also be the prehistory. And it's a way of utilizing people's innate interest in the natural world to care about the present world. So I used to help run a outreach education center in Hawaii called Love the Animals. And we would have people come in constantly, and they had no idea what it was. We just had a big sign on the sign that said, "Go vegan, it's easy." People would come just curious. And I realized I had about 30 seconds to figure out what people were interested in, to be able to then pitch to them why they should care about animals and the environment. And there were kind of 5 categories. You had somebody who cared about animals, they loved dogs and cats, or just animals in general. They were spiritual, they cared about health, they cared about humanity, or they cared about the environment. Some folks don't care about anything. They're a very, very, very small subset. And so once you realize that, then you go, okay, cool, I can tailor my pitch for what they're interested in. If you start talking about health to somebody who only cares about the environment, it's going to go right over. They're not going to get it. That's why all the films I've made have been sectioned out into very specific categories instead of being like, I would make one film that covers everything. It doesn't really work with audiences. We've tested and found that it doesn't work. So with the Natural History Museum, we know that folks who are going to be coming into a Natural History Museum already are interested in the natural world in some regard. Maybe that's geology, maybe that's dinosaurs, maybe that is ecology. But we utilize that innate interest as our starting point because we know, again, they're already interested in the subject matter. And the museum will give people an opportunity to understand Earth's history and the deep time, looking at 300 million year old rocks, and just to grasp that and how ecosystems change and climates change, and that even though you might be standing in a high desert at that very moment, that 300 million years ago, it was an inland sea with sharks and turtles and incredible animals, marine life, and then it became sand dunes. And so it's this way to show that environment shift, which I think is an important thing, because we have this shifting baseline syndrome, which is something I'll talk about more as I go on, that we assume that the way things are today is the way things have always been. Then you can move into the paleontology, which would be dinosaurs, and we can talk about mass extinction. Everybody knows that non-avian dinosaurs went extinct 66 million years ago, so we have an opportunity to talk about that. And then you can move forward in time, and you can come into the present, or you can start in the museum and you can walk backwards through time. You can start at present time, and so the present time would be the modern ecology of Sedona, which is high deserts, about 4,500 feet in elevation. We have incredible animals and plants that are native there, and some endemic species, but we have javelina and gray mountain lions and black bears and coyotes and amazing birds as well. And then you'll see a sign that says, then it's modern, and you say, but who's missing? And you go around the corner and you'll see that you go back 100 years, that Sedona used to have jaguar. And I tell people there used to be jaguar in Sedona, that it's hard for wrap their heads around it, because jaguar, we think of South American, think of it as Amazonian. But jaguar actually lived all the way up to the Grand Canyon, and they were in California all the way through Mexico, Texas, and potentially even Louisiana, and maybe even into Florida. And this was just 100 years ago. These incredible big cats. Jaguar are related to African lions. They're in the Panthera family. And so they're this incredible animal, and they're no longer here. And then you'll see thick-billed parrots, which is this beautiful green macaw parrot that used to live in Sedona 100 years ago. And this was through the general Southwest as well. We used to have Mexican grizzly, a beautiful, amazing, gray-colored grizzly that used to live in Sedona 100 years ago in the greater Southwest. Mexican gray wolf. We can go on and on and on, all the species that are missing. And they're missing just from the last 100 years. And most people, even folks who have lived their entire lives in Sedona, don't realize this. Because we're educating tourists, it's a way of showing that this is not just a local issue, that we are missing biodiversity everywhere. No matter where you're from, you more than likely, your region, your bioregion has suffered a mass loss of biodiversity. And what is the cause of the mass loss of all these animals I listed? Well, it's animal agriculture. The livestock industry saw jaguar as a threat to sheep and cows, so they exterminated them. They hunted, they paid for them to be killed. They had government programs to exterminate them. Mexican gray wolves were extirpated, almost forced to the brink of extinction. There's less than 1,000, I believe, less than 1,000 individuals in the United States and in the world of the Mexican gray wolf. And again, this is a species that's been highly persecuted and continues to be persecuted by the livestock industry because they're seen as a threat to their profits. Mexican gray wolf is the Mexican grizzly is entirely extinct. The last individual was killed in Mexico by a rancher in the 70s, but they've been gone from Arizona for the last 100 years. Thick-billed parrot is gone, and a big part of that is because of ranching and the timber industry that wanted more grazing land. They were also hunted for their feathers. There's pronghorn populations, and again, there's so many animals that are missing. And because of the shifting baseline syndrome, we accept what we live in today as how it's always been. And you can go back just 100 years and you see the impacts of animal agriculture in this industry. And then you can move back, 10,000 years. And you go back 10,000 years and the area used to have mammoths and mastodons and horses and camels and giant condors and these incredible ice age animals. And so it's an opportunity to talk about mass extinction. That mass extinction also is a natural thing that happens, that it is not always human cause, but we know for a fact that the modern mass extinction that we're dealing with is very much human cause, and it's very much caused by one particular industry, which is the livestock industry. So the museum is not going to be overtly heavy-handed in its messaging about the livestock industry, but it will talk about it. And in the ecology section, there are also going to be eventually a number of exhibits too. And everything in the museum, the idea is to be interactive. So we'll have a water display, and we'll have a tank that'll be about 5 gallons of water on a wall. And below it'll be 10 other tanks. Some of them are 1 gallon, some of them are 6 ounces, half a gallon. And there's another one in there that's 4 gallons. It's almost, the entire thing. And they're all unlabeled. And visitors are given magnetic labels to put and to guess what each one represents. And golf courses and fruit production and hay production and animal agriculture and pools and mining and all these different subjects, all these different water using industries. And then they push a button and that 5 gallons empties out and fills up all of the containers. And all of those containers then has an LED light that illuminates and shows the correct answer of what they present. And most people will be shocked that the 4 gallon tank, which represents animal agriculture, about 70% of all water consumed in Arizona is for animal agriculture. And we hear constantly in media that all the Western water, Colorado River water, is being used for Las Vegas and LA and Phoenix. But the reality is that the water primarily 50%, 55% of all the Colorado's river water, which is the major river system in the western half of the United States, at least in the Southwest, 52 to 55% is used for animal agriculture and primarily for growing alfalfa. And yet that doesn't get attention. That isn't the message that we hear. We hear, don't water your lawn, which is great. We shouldn't be watering lawns. Lawns are a European idea that have no place in the American Southwest. We absolutely shouldn't be watering our lawns. But the big driver, the big consumer is animal agriculture. So it's an aha moment, hopefully, for guests. And maybe guests do guess the right answer, which is a great thing, because when people learn things for themselves versus being told, way I'm just spouting off facts here, it doesn't resonate with folks in the same way, and it doesn't stay with people in the same way. And then once that illuminates and you have this answer and you get this information, an LED panel lights up and gives more facts and statistics about why animal agriculture consumes so much water in Arizona. And then you'll have the option to press and see where you are on the map. And then you get to see the stats that, about 45% of all water in California is used for animal agriculture. About 80% of all water in Colorado is used for animal agriculture. And we go through, and maybe it'll also be broken into countries as well. Because nationally, about 55% of all domestic water use, all water use in the United States is for animal agriculture, and 5% is for domestic water use, like what we use at our homes and in most industries, excluding mining. So it's a way of saying, hey, this isn't just an Arizona issue. This is something you can take home as well. And that's the idea behind the whole museum, is to, again, kind of use dinosaurs as a way to promote veganism, is one way of saying it. But again, it's starting from a place where people are already interested. And so again, as you go through this, you get to talk about climate change. You get to talk about, mass extinctions, and that climate change is a natural phenomenon that does happen. And, about half of Americans don't believe in anthropogenic climate change, which is pretty shocking. But if you ask them if they believe in the Ice Age, they'll say, yeah, I believe in the Ice Age. And they can maybe even spout off how climate change is a naturally occurring phenomenon. And what I love to do is ask those folks, say, well, how do you know that climate change is a natural occurring phenomenon? And I'll say, well, someone told me, or I read it, or I saw a video about it. And it's like, well, we know that because the paleoclimatologist did core sampling and looked at the ecology and saw that climate change is a naturally occurring process. And it's catastrophic. Climate change, whether in a hothouse environment or an ice age environment, leads to mass extinction. And so if you trusted them when they told you that there used to be an ice age, trust them now when they tell you that there is a climate change happening and that it's caused by human beings and it's caused by our disruption of entire ecosystems. Now, of course, the narrative continues to be that fossil fuels is the primary driver of climate change. And I'm sure everybody who's in this conference understands that climate change is really associated with the destruction of entire ecosystems, deforestation, and animal agriculture, and that fossil fuel industry obviously plays a role, but gets a disproportionate amount of attention. And so it's an opportunity to talk about that as well. It's an opportunity to talk about the age of the Earth. About 43% of Americans believe the Earth is less than 10,000 years old, and much of that is based off of a spiritual belief, a religious belief, but there's really no scripture that backs up that number. For example, many Christians believe that the Earth is about 6,000 years old. And they believe that because a monk, the 1500s, 1600s, was doing a calculation, trying to figure out the age of the Earth, and added up all the kings in the Bible and said, well, this is the number of the age of the Earth. And what I like to do is talk about the fact that that number came because that monk had limited amount of information, but they used their data set to try and come to a conclusion. But if today that monk was alive, they would have a new data set available. And they'd be able to understand carbon dating. They'd be able to understand the age of the Earth in a different way, and they would come to a different conclusion. And to say that there's nothing wrong with the original methodology of coming to the age of the Earth is only 6,000 years old, but that we have more data now, and we have new methods, and that it doesn't do anything to dissuade someone of their spiritual beliefs or the incredibleness of their higher power or their deities, but that we have a greater understanding. And in fact, knowing that the Earth is magnitudes older, and that we can look at rocks that are 300 million years old, or I just got back from the Grand Canyon looking at rocks that are 1.7, 1.8 billion years old. Rocks that are older than complex life is an amazing thing, and builds even more awe and more appreciation for the natural world. And then we have the opportunity to also talk about our personal role and what we can do to preserve the present. And that I think it's so important for us to understand what we've lost in natural systems to be able to come to logical conclusions on what we need to do to protect the present. And that ecosystems and climates and cultures are in constant shift. They're always changing. And we can do more to either stabilize or move that shift into a more harmonious way. And this, ahimsa human, it's like that. If we want to be around on the planet and we want to see other species that we love continue to be on this planet, that's the only logical solution. So the Red Rock Natural History Museum, that's our mission, that's our goal, is to again inspire people to care about the natural world. Hopefully that is to shift to a plant-based diet, to embrace veganism. It's not a hardcore mission with that. It's about inspiring action and whatever that is. Maybe that is people just being aware. Maybe it's the first seed of someone's journey to care about the planet. Maybe it's a simple thing like recycling. Maybe it's a simple thing like understanding that everything we do has an impact on wild ones in particular. That we'll have a campaign about ATVs. We'll have a campaign about fence lines. Fence lines is something that breaks my heart because we bifurcate entire ecosystems and cut off animals from the waterways and from habitat and from mates by building fences. And who builds fences is the livestock industry. So we're going to keep nailing this same issue because it sadly is the same issue over and over and over when you care about anything in the natural world. Animal agriculture is at its forefront. So I'm not sure how much time I've got left.
You've got half an hour if you want it.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I can ramble on a whole bunch more. But if
Well,
folks
it's
have
fascinating. Yeah, it's fascinating.
questions, I would love to hear any questions.
Oh, okay. Let's see. If you have questions, please put them in the chat or raise your hand. And Danny already has something, so we'll bring Danny up.
Hi, Keegan. This comes from Diane Waltner, who asks if you've ever tried getting a documentary on Apple TV.
Yeah, we've tried to get 4 films on Apple TV. We had some really good meetings in the past with them, but they're the same thing. They're just really only interested in celebrity content because Apple owns Apple Music as well. They want to promote their artists, and so if you see their documentaries, they're very much focused on just celebrities, in particular musicians. Apple bought Billie Eilish's documentary for, gosh, now I can't remember if it was $10 million or $20 million. Like, it was just astronomical, but they know that if folks watch that documentary, they're going to go and download the artist's music. So sadly, yeah, it's the same platform, the same issues.
Oh, darn. Thank you. I have a comment. I'm so moved that I wondered what you were doing with Red Rock. What was that all about? But now I see the connection and why it's so important for people to put things in perspective. And it reminds me, when I lived in Ithaca, New York, I don't know if you've ever been to Watkins Glen, but they have a parking lot with a timeline on it. And if you walk and you keep walking down that parking lot, for, I don't know, 500 feet, you eventually get to where humans are. It starts, it's a time, it's like, and so anyway, that to me has always been real strong in my mind. And so I think what you're doing is really wonderful. Okay, I see we have some questions. Did you get to ever see that?
Yeah, I've gotten to see a number of those kind of deep time displays, and another way of viewing it is if you think about Earth history as 24 hours. We don't even make a second, and we're not even 1 second before midnight. We're a fraction of a second. If we were history of life on the planet, if it was an entire year, we show up and the last few minutes of December 31st, and we are just this tiny, tiny little blip. And that's amazing to me because it's hard for us to comprehend deep time. You say 1,000 years, most people can kind of wrap their head around it. You say 10,000 years, and it's like, that's a lost number. You say 10 million years or 100 million years or 1 billion years. These are it's almost impossible for our brains to comprehend. And so giving analogies and giving visual representations of that is really important because I also think that it makes us have perspective on our own lives. It's really easy to think that our personal problems are just astronomical. And then you sit with 2 billion-year-old rock and you go, oh no, it's not. We are just a blip in time. We have this incredible power, though, that we are shaping the history of this planet. And to know that we are just a tiny, tiny organism in the history of life on this planet, but we have incredible power. And to me, that's empowering. That's like, cool, let's get going. And that's the idea too with the Natural History Museum, is just utilize that, get people inspired about the natural world to want to do more to protect it. Because if you love something, of course you want it to protect.
Right, fantastic. Hello, Danny.
Hello. Yes, we got another question in from Michael. I thought the mention of identifying what one's passion and interest area is, so as to speak further to that, is a great way to orient communication that would be welcome and feel safe. If there isn't a site or booth to draw attention in and then ask what brings you here, do you have thoughts on how to effectively, quickly get a sense of what one is about on the fly and bring up plant-based into conversation organically in a way that would land?
Yeah, that's a great question. What I always use is I ask people what they're passionate about. I say, what's your passion? Because it's easy to say, like, what do you do for a living? And people go, and they talk about their job. But if you say, what are you passionate about? And almost immediately they'll tell you. And then usually it's one of those 5 things. I love to mountain bike. Oh, cool. What do you love about mountain biking? And they start to tell you. And very quickly you'll say, oh, it's because you like to be out in the natural world. You like the thrill of it, of course, or like, oh, I'm really into my knitting group. Oh, well, why are you into your knitting group? Oh, it's a bunch of women who I've met through church or whatever it is. And you go, oh, cool, it's spirituality. And they're interested in. And so I think first and foremost, letting people talk about the thing that they care about and they're passionate about immediately engenders them to you. They immediately go, oh, I like this person. They gave me an opportunity to talk about the thing that I love. And everybody loves to talk about the things that they care about, clearly, because I just talked for 30 minutes straight, barely taking a breath because I'm talking about the things that I love. So I would say that's the best one. Just ask people, what are they passionate about?
Thank you.
Hey, there's Allison. Allison, I brought you up.
Thank you. Hi, Keegan.
Hi,
Yeah. So I'm interested in one of the subjects you were talking about, and that's the use of the Colorado River water. And there have been publications about 20 families who produce alfalfa using the water of the Colorado River. And it's not even for consumption by US livestock, it's for consumption of livestock in Saudi Arabia and China. So literally, the Colorado River water is being exported by pumping it into alfalfa and sending it over to Saudi Arabia and China. So the extremes of the storytelling, you know, depending on how you put it together, the story is quite compelling about
It really is.
what's really happening. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, in Arizona, Arizona and California, the Imperial Valley exports about 100 billion gallons of water in the form of alfalfa every year, mostly to the Middle East. And the reason for that, because a lot of those farms, the alfalfa farms in Arizona, used to be owned by a Saudi company. And there was a big pushback in Arizona, and folks said, hey, this isn't okay. We're running out of water. We can't be exporting all this water to Saudi Arabia. But if you dig a little bit under the surface, you find out, well, why are we exporting water to Saudi Arabia in the form of alfalfa? It's illegal to grow alfalfa in Saudi Arabia. And the reason why it's illegal to grow alfalfa in Saudi Arabia is because it's such a water-intensive crop that they said, we are a desert country. We cannot justify taking fresh water and irrigating fields to grow this water-intensive crop to feed livestock. But the Saudis learned to grow alfalfa from Arizona farmers who went over there and said, hey, you should build up your dairy industry. So it all comes back to the same ideas that came out of Europe and North America, that this pushing this colonial idea and these colonial food systems. Sadly, the push against the Saudi farms was rooted in xenophobia and racism. And so there was a bunch of politicians in Arizona who said, hey, we have to end this. And they cut the leases that they had, the government leases, because these Saudi companies were leasing land from the state. And they gave those leases to American alfalfa farmers. So they're still doing the same destructive habits and the same destructive practices, but Americans are profiting from it. And so it doesn't get to the root of it, but it's a great opportunity. I love when people talk about like, hey, this is crazy. It's like, yeah, well, who's eating that alfalfa? It's not Saudis, it's Saudi cows.
Right. Saudi cows. Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, now we'll bring up Ray.
Hey, Keegan, good to see you again. I'm so glad you always have
Hey,
time
Ray.
to come join us on VCOP.
Of course, if I can make time, I'm going to make time, even if I'm sitting out in a beautiful park.
And you surprised me, maybe you shocked us all, that you've got a day job. You've been working on this. You're so prolific in the documentary filmmaking. We assumed that was a full-time job.
Oh, it's
but
a
you've got
full-time
hidden
job.
skills.
Yeah. The paleo art is my night job. So yeah, I have TRX dinosaurs. I have 4 production companies. I have about 4 music projects. I have a camera accessory company. Like, I just don't sleep. That's the benefits of a plant-based diet. You can just get a lot done.
This fills up your nights. Oh, great.
Yeah, there you go.
What you were talking about, new data sets, is pretty exciting because we know, like, Dr. Rao has his position paper, and Gerard Wedderburn Bishop's got some very seminal articles that have been published in peer-reviewed climate journals. So this is new data, and we see the resistance. We see the people going, well, I thought the science was done on animal agriculture and their emissions. We're talking about, you know, what the FAO said in 2006 still seems to stick, and the science is stuck. But it made me think of William Rudimann's early Anthropocene hypothesis. Because you're one of those guys that can take that big step back to look at the shape of our agriculture and where it started. Are you familiar with the Rudimann's hypothesis?
Yeah. I mean, it's I think it's a really important thing because most people have never heard of the Anthropocene, right? That's a new term for them. And the fact that, you know, one species is having such an impact on the entire planet is just astronomical. The last time we saw one species have this sort of impact on the planet was when we had algae that started producing oxygen instead of, you know, our atmosphere used to be remember carbon dioxide, and it flipped, and we became an more oxygen-rich atmosphere, and that flipped the entire ecosystem of the entire planet. We used to have purple oceans, and we haven't seen that. I mean, we're talking about like 2.3 billion years ago, or 1.3 billion years ago is when that happened, if I'm remembering correct. And so, yeah, the fact that one species can have this sort of impact, and that we can actually potentially have geologic ages named after ourselves, that's the Anthropocene, is, I think, a really important thing. So when we talk about rock strata, you know, you look at these layers, and they all have names that geologists have given them or indigenous people have given them. And to say, and then this top layer, this heavy carbon layer at the top, is the Anthropocene. And that, you know, it started, a lot of people think that, like, you know, that climate change, of course, most folks who are in this conference understand that climate change and anthropogenic climate change didn't start, you know, at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, that it started much farther back. It started back, you know, when we started clearing forests and the climate really started shifting.
Yeah, there's chapters called the Anthropocene. We wanted to have, I was going to say happy ending, but maybe not an ending. Maybe we don't end things with our behavior. We end up being benevolent and use our wisdom for good, our insights. And that's really important.
Exactly.
Thank you for helping people understand these things.
Thanks so much, Ray, for all your work. I really do appreciate you.
Oh, and we need, they're trying to kill us at the International Vegan Film Festival.
Yeah, I mean, it's available. So, I mean, if you all want to show it, it's on like, I think like 30 platforms. So
we do.
Yay.
Intersectional category.
Okay, sweet.
We'll talk offline.
There we go. Sweet.
Thank you.
Very good. One of the things you brought up was the shifting baseline syndrome. And we have Sally that wants to ask a question too, and Silas coming up. So go ahead and bring them up if you'd like to. But one of the things that occurred to me was the way you have done it, where you're seeing a timeline and then what it used to be in terms of biodiversity. I think that's shocking, and it's shocking to me when I read that there used to be bears where I live, and I bet nobody else knows about that, but somebody read it in a book, was describing the scenery, and there were bears. We don't know what it used to be like here, so.
That's it. Yeah, I mean, we just assume what we are currently living in is how it's always been, and we can then look forward and say, okay, well, then in 100 years, are folks going to think like this trajectory? And, you know, and Dr. Rao has shown that the trajectory of biodiversity loss, particularly of zoodonic biodiversity, that if it continues at the current rate, like that's the end of the planet. And that we have to understand the past to protect the present. That just go back 100 years and how much we've lost. I mean, there used to be, I was just telling some folks, I was in Colorado this morning, and I was talking about the massive locust plumes that used to happen on the Great Plains, which most people don't know about. That there was trillions of locusts that would come out of the ground, and they would fly east, which was with the prevailing winds, and they would end up on eastern forests. And, you know, European American farmers hated these locusts because they, you know, just decimated crops. But they were so critical and so important to the health of eastern forests, because when they would die, not only are they also feeding lots and lots of animals along the way, But when they died in those eastern forests, they brought nutrients from the Great Plains to the Appalachia and the whole eastern coastline. And that was critical fertilizer for those forests. And we've seen the decline of eastern forests' health. And why did the locust plumes end? Well, it's because they started tilling the soils of the Great Plains. And why do they till the soils of the Great Plains? Once they grow grass and feed crops to feed non-human animals. So, and people don't know, they don't even know that story, that there used to be this incredible, like, biblical locust plume pretty much every single year in North America. And yeah, I mean, just how important that was because it coincided with bird migrations. And we're talking just 100 years ago, or 120 years ago. So I think it's really important for us to understand what we've lost to protect what we have.
Thank you. Yes, Sally is here.
Hey, Tegan, very nice to meet you. I was prompted to think of the New York Natural History Museum and how dusty it can be, showing the past, what's dead, and lots of stuffed animals and things that don't exist anymore. And I thought your idea of bringing your museum to the present to be excellent.
Thank you.
And so in just thinking about that, where you have rotating exhibits, for example, I don't know if monarch butterflies pass through your area, but that's a really critical, interesting migration that people can get involved with, for example. Are you thinking about doing things like that?
Yeah, thank you so much. We're planning on having rotating exhibits. Of course, it's going to come down to budgets. Every new exhibit's going to cost money. So we're hoping to partner with a number of different nonprofits who are sympathetic to the cause. Amazingly, Dr. Silas Rao is one of our scientific advisors on the organization. And we talked about potentially climate healers, working with climate healers to talk about climate change. But yeah, migration, as the Southwest is an amazing flyway for migratory birds and for the monarchs as well. They mostly are farther east in like New Mexico. And so the museum, while it's going to be focused on Sedona, which is just an incredible bioregion, it will be the larger Southwest and the greater North America as well. And they will have a global element because we want to inspire people. But most of the visitors to Sedona are from California, Texas, and New Mexico. So a lot of the information is going to focus on those 3 states to be able to, again, inspire folks to take the information and go home with it. But yeah, I mean, invertebrate species loss is incredibly sad. And we can see what's happening to fireflies, for example, on the East Coast. For folks who, especially my generation and before, probably remember seeing fireflies on the East Coast, just this incredible light show on summer nights. And they're basically gone in the huge areas across the East. They're gone. And again, the kids who are growing up today have missed out. They don't even know that a firefly used to exist. It's something you see in a cartoon. And so, yeah, bringing all of these things back. We're also going to be further down the line. We're going to be working on some digital assets as well. We're going to hopefully do an interactive game. It'll be an in-person game at first, but it's going to be this game of ecology that I've been developing over the last 5 years, where folks get to play as a species. So they come in and they get to choose, do you want to be an herbivore or a predator? And you're in this ecosystem map, and the map shows the carrying capacity. So you can say, okay, this desert area or this forest area allows for X number of herbivores and 10 times less carnivores, because there's 10 to 1 was really more like 100 to 1 ratio. And you play this game and you compete with others, and maybe you coexist with other players in this game. And then the trick, what happens is that ranchers come in and they drop in a cow, and all of a sudden everyone's numbers get cut in half. You just go, oh, okay, you put a cow in an ecosystem, and now you've lost, 2 elk, you've lost 6 pronghorn, you've lost, 12 deer, and to show the impact of just this one foreign species coming in. But yeah, I love the idea of doing something particularly on monarchs because they're such a charismatic invertebrate that so many people love. They're so iconic. So, but yeah, we have bats who come through. We have migratory bats in Arizona, and bats are struggling. We have so many bird species that are struggling. So it's going to be, I think, something really it's a very unique spot because we're in the Four Corners, and there's just so much biodiversity.
Thank you. Thank you, Sally.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Keegan, thank you. Thank you for that presentation.
Thank you.
I was going to ask you about creating systems that you can create an exhibit in which people can try out various aspects of a system, and when a system collapses and when a system is stable. So this way they know that if you take one species out, the whole thing can collapse, right?
Oh, I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is, I mean, that's great. The visual of that would be so easy to do. Oh, that's a brilliant exhibit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Because I think people don't understand systems, you know. It's very
Right.
hard because they think it's just individual things, right? You put something
Right.
in there and then take something out of there and then you manage it. But in reality, you're playing with a system that can collapse,
Yeah.
right? I mean, our body is a system and it
Right.
collapses when you die. It literally
Right.
is, you know, it's just, so it's saying, okay, I'm done with this. I'm going to start over. So take all your
Yeah.
cells and start over, right? That's what happens to our body. So it's the same thing. It happens to ecosystems. These are all system collapses, right? Ecosystems do that. Climate systems would do that. You know, the whole Earth could do that if we keep messing around like this.
Right.
This is what keeps me up at
Yeah.
night, you know, because I've seen systems that tip over and start doing something really crazy. And everything I've seen in the climate system seems to be tipping over in the wrong direction. I don't see anything
Right.
that's tipping in the right direction. So this is why I feel that we are in a critical state here that we need to address very quickly.
Wow, that's really, and this is part of like the idea behind this museum is, you know, I love collaborative art forms, and just, you know, an idea like that and to be able to build off of that, I think would be phenomenal. And you know, the interactive aspect of it too, where yeah, you pull one species out and the whole food web collapses, which is like for a kid is also, or anyone, when they see something visual fall apart, it's like it hits you. You go, oh, I just made a mess. It's like, that's right, we're making a mess. We're making a mess. And then maybe you build it back and you say, okay, cool. Like we do have to put this in here, but then you had to have big complex systems. That's beautiful. That's a great idea.
Thank you. Yeah.
Wow,
I look forward to that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So one of the ideas for this is that we're going to do, you know, analog where it'll be very hands-on, but I think there's a digital component for this as well. Just like I talked about the game, the ecology game, that we potentially could also, assuming we can get the funding, we can also make this an online interactive game. And so you could have that because that could be a mobile game that people would play. And yeah, that's great. And so if anyone who's watching this is interested in wanting to get involved in the organization or has ideas for exhibits or potentially even funding, please, you know, send me an email or you can go to redrockhistorymuseum.org or redrockhistory.org is also as well. And send me an email and tell me, you know, how you'd want to get involved or how you'd want to share ideas for exhibits because we're just in the beginning stages and so we have a lot of flexibility.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Thank you.
I have one more question, and this comes from Ray, and it's odd to me. Seems like maybe an inside joke. It says, how do you make drugs and feel great about everything? And is it a vegan documentary?
Okay, yeah. So we have this new film that we're working on. We just finished it. We're working on distribution right now, and it's called How to Make Drugs and Feel Great About Everything. And the film is about drug development in the United States, but really focused on the often outdated and absurd use of animals in scientific research. You know, about 95% of all drugs that are proved safe and effective in non-human animals fail when they go to human trials. So clearly, using animals is not an effective means of finding drugs. It is a vegan documentary in the sense that we are promoting a compassionate way of living, but it does not have a strong vegan message. We really just, there's one line at the end of the film that talks about, maybe if we eat better and we take care of ourselves, we won't need as many drugs. But it's really tailored towards folks who are critical of the pharmaceutical industry, which I think healthfully most people are critical of the pharmaceutical industry. And as a way to understand what goes into drug development, we don't really focus too much on vaccines, though it is a part of the film as well. And we talk about, that we need better science, we need better methods if we want to have effective tools. And so removing animals from the system benefits human beings, it benefits the animals, benefits science, it benefits economies, it benefits everybody. And that to me is a vegan ethic, but it's not an overt like vegan film in the way my other films have been. But, a lot like, Slay, for example, which is a film I was executive producer on, that Rebecca Capelli did, is not an overtly vegan film either. It's about the use of animals in fashion, but I think still carries that same sort of vegan ethic.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? Ray, you're online. Do you want to come up and do you have any other questions? Okay, wow. Well, let's see.
I just wanted to say I want that film too for the Vegan Film Festival.
I think we missed. I think we missed the deadline for this year, but
I'll hook you up.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Ray.
That's fantastic. So, when do you project? What's your timeline on the Red Rock Museum? And you said it's still in the beginning stages. And my brother, he creates exhibits at museums. So,
amazing.
I'm going to show him this video clip. He's vegan, and he might be interested in working with you. That'd be lovely.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're hoping early next year. It's going to come down to funding, and we have a small space in Sedona that we can use, an outdoor space for exhibits. And so it might start off as just a very, very small rudimentary exhibit that just gets people interested, and also can kind of judge the community's involvement in it.
Mm-hmm.
But if we have enough funding, we could go for something much bigger and build out a lot of these exhibits much quicker. But the idea is, hopefully early next year in the first quarter, we'll have something.
Oh, that'd be wonderful. That'd be wonderful. Okay, Danny,
It would be wonderful.
We do have one final question. It's a long one, so I'm going to go slow. Also, this is a question for Keegan, but also for Dr. Rao, if he wishes to weigh in. With respect to the Anthropocene, I have such trouble with that, pardon me, and the human species having a disproportionate impact, at least to me, it seems like cognitive dissonance and diffusion of responsibility phenomena, in addition to fear of social rejection and other core subconscious reasons, play roles for why many don't even conceive of a change in course of action and with their lifestyle. Any words on these aspects and what we can do in face of these realities? Thanks.
Yeah. I think normalizing caring is, I think, the first one. And I only got to catch the end of Jane's presentation because I've been on the road. But I think what she's doing is the same sort of thing, is that we have to normalize pushback to the mainstream. We have to normalize saying no. We have to normalize that caring about the environmental world is important. And every time somebody stands up and says, no, it allows everyone else who might be on the fence to say, oh, right, like I hadn't thought there was another way. Right. And I think most vegans are lean to be more courageous because of that. We're willing to be on the outside. And the more of us who are willing to be on the outside, the more we invite people in. And we becomes the inside, and everybody gets to be part of this. So I think it's standing up and saying, hey, there's another way. And the other way is really, really good. Dr. Rao, did you have anything?
Yeah, absolutely. It is. It's important for us to stand up and say that there are different systems we can create where you don't have to follow this herd. We can create different herds that go the right way. I mean, we have done so many things like that. When we build a product, we are doing collaborative systems that work. It's not about grabbing everything for yourself or as much as you can for yourself, which is what the current system is all based on. So and so it is normalizing that kind of system, collaboration as normal, caring as normal, compassion as normal, and then not caring if they mock you for being compassionate. I'd rather be mocked for being compassionate than to go along with the herd as it is doing now. Yeah. So it's interesting. We are in a very pivotal moment. I'm sure every generation has said that in the past, but I feel like this generation, it's do or die. We have to get it done right. We don't have the luxury of leaving it for the next generation. Okay. So it is, again, we are a herd animal. We go along with what is normal at some point. And once people see, hey, that's where everyone is moving, they're going to come. We have to courageously stick with it.
Right.
Yeah.
We need to not only be the first, but we need to have some second and third and fourth people join in, and then they see.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. It's an interesting one too, is that, I've been an activist virtually my entire life. I was raised to be an activist. My mom was an activist, and she very much put into us that activism is the rent we pay for living on this planet. And that, if you're not helping to build a better world and making it easier for everyone to do good, then you're not paying rent, you're a squatter. And so no matter everything I do, like my love of dinosaurs bleeds over into activism. I'm like, okay, how do I use that to get people to care about the natural world and care about to live more compassionately on the planet? And so I think it's also that it's utilizing whatever you're passionate about already. Film's something I've been passionate about my whole life. So I use that. Like whatever someone's passionate about, just use that thing and carry that in, and then it becomes normal, right? Like I mountain bike a lot. So I promote that I'm a vegan mountain biker. And you're like, oh, right, that's cool. Like connect those things that you care about. So I think that's way, again, we make this mainstream.
Wow. Yeah. Well, this has been very thought-provoking and powerful, and makes me want to connect people together so that it can keep growing. In fact, it's a whole nother path that some of us hadn't thought of about reaching people. So thank you so much, Keegan. We have a few minutes if
Thank
there's
you, I really
anything
appreciate
else, but I think it's time. Do you have any final words before we close?
Again, thank you to everybody for being part of this. Thanks to everyone who volunteers with Climate Healers. It's amazing the work that you all do and pulling people together and building community. And so I'm deeply, deeply grateful to all of you. If you want to get involved, you want to get in touch, definitely check out redrocknaturalhistory.org, Red Rock Natural History Museum, and let me know how you want to be involved or support or thoughts. I'd love to hear from you. So thanks again for the opportunity and invitation to speak.
You're very welcome. And now I have a question. There's a question that came up, so sorry.
Great.
I think since we have time, if you don't mind, we'll take
No,
that
not at all.
question. All right. Thank you.
Sorry, I don't mean to be spotlighted. I just want to let you know there's one more question for Keegan from Danny.
Oh, okay. I think. Okay, I think we had it from Danny, or she would be up here. So thank you so much.
Okay, Hannah, I'm sorry to interrupt here. We do have something coming through here. Would you explain the vortex in Sedona?
Yeah, great. Yeah, so anyone who's ever visited Sedona, there's this big emphasis on these vortexes, and there are these energy portals. Sedona is known as like a very new age spiritual place, kind of a hub. There's not much science behind that supports the ideas of vortexes. It's something that kind of came out of the 70s from a number of new agey folks. But it is a great opportunity to talk about electromagnetics. So people say that the vortexes are the spiraling energy that are coming out of the Earth's core, and because the rocks are so old and they go so deep, and we're sitting over a volcanic fault that it's pulling up this electromagnetics, there is a lot of truth to that, with rock, like lava in particular, it is iron pushing against itself and creates these incredible electromagnetic fields, and our bodies are electromagnetic fields, our brains are electromagnetic. So there's not a lot of science behind that we have these actual vortexes in Sedona. But again, it's an awesome opportunity if somebody's excited about that, to be able to talk about Earth systems, again, volcanism for our own bodies. So I embrace all of it.
Wonderful. Thank you. We love the work that you do, and we wish you well. Thank you so much, Keegan.
Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
And now we're going to bring up Mariquita Solis. Thank you. Hello, Mariquita. We're so glad you're here. I'm going to introduce you to the MC for the second half of the program, and she'll be here tomorrow morning. I hope you enjoyed that, Mariquita, and I'm going to take it away, let you take it away.
This has been wonderful. Thanks so much. All right, I'm honored to be here, everyone. Lovely to see everybody here, and we're waiting for Sally to come on here. Hi,
Here I
Sally.
am. Here I am. Good to see you.
Good to see you. And do you have your slides ready, or would you like to test them out or anything? Or do you have slides?
I sure do.
Okay. Well, I can introduce you whenever you're ready, if it looks like we're ready to go.
I am ready.
All right. Well, let's see here. All right. Well, welcome to the Vegan Convergence of the People number 22. I'm your MC, Mariquita Solis, and I'm honored to introduce you to the plant-powered powerhouse with a philanthropist heart, Sally Malanga. She's an eco-warrior by passion, an entrepreneur by mission, and wordsmith by necessity. Sally blends fierce advocacy with mindful elegance, rallying communities, rewriting tired narratives, and elevating plant-based living into a movement for people, animals, and pollinators. Whether she's firing off a fiery email to her town council, perfecting the punchline of a political cartoon, or rebranding a plant-based collagen powder to save animals and glow skin, she's all in. She's speaking today on the craze for animal bone broth and animal collagen unmasked. Sally Malanga.
Thank you very much, Mariquita. I'm very happy to be here with you all. I call this the best conference on the planet. So here we go. The craze for animal bone broth and collagen unmasked, a pragmatist look at the bone broth and collagen trend through the lens of science and sustainability. So I've been a vegan since BVC, before vegan cheese. I'm also a board member of Friends of Animals and a co-founder of Our Green West Orange. And I find that, like many people on this conference, we wear many hats and gloves. At some point, I had the realization in running my cruelty-free company that I cannot help people become beautiful if they're eating meat, dairy, or fish. And so I founded a new company called Boon for All. And the mission is to help all people transition to a whole foods, plant-based lifestyle to truly glow through plant-based products and, most important, enlightenment. The billion-dollar problem. So the beauty and supplement industries are $600 billion business. Unfortunately, they quietly are the world's largest purchasers of slaughterhouse products such as collagen, elastin, gelatin, fats, tallow, and milk proteins. Now, what is animal collagen anyway? It is the most abundant protein in all mammals, including us. It provides structure to our skin, holds our joints together, our tendons, our cartilage, and keeps our bones moving. Animal collagen is a protein derived from the slaughterhouses, from the connective tissues, bones, and hides of cows, pigs, chickens, and fish. Unfortunately, this market is growing, fueled by the internet, by social media, by influencers. It's growing at about 10% a year and expected to keep growing through to 2030. And this is the interesting psychology of it, of this whole market. The consumers have fallen into a mass delusion. They mix this collagen powder into their coffee, into their cereal, and they squeeze it into anything they can possibly think of because they believe that eating collagen, drinking animal bone broth is essential to youthful skin. Many expect significant calcium and other minerals from bone broth. And the customers seek gut healing properties from animal broths, similar to what they had as children, like grandma's chicken soup. But scientists are scratching their heads about this. And here's one as quoted in Time magazine: why science can't explain why everyone is drinking bone broth. So Dr. William Percy, a biomedical scientist at the University of South Dakota, who studies the ways in which our human microbiota breaks down and absorbs the food we eat. And the idea that drinking bone broth or taking collagen powder somehow translates to collagen in the human body is nonsense. And it's actually a very poor source of amino acids. So essentially, people are buying very expensive, poor quality protein powders. And we've known this since 1934, when King's College in London decided to check it out. In a study that's been published, scientists took bones, they said calf bones, and mixed vegetables, and they boiled it in water for 4 to 9 hours. The results were disappointing, or shall we say enlightening. There was minimal calcium, iron, and magnesium extracted from the bones or the vegetables into the water. There was absolutely no collagen at all. And the only protein that was found in there was gelatin, which is a poor quality protein source because it lacks tryptophan. So it's interesting that not only the bones didn't leach nutrients into the water, neither did the vegetables. So the truth about animal collagen is that it doesn't glue itself to wrinkles or joints. When we eat that, it's simply an animal product powder. Our bodies have to break this protein into its constituent amino acids and use them anywhere in the body. It can be used in your elbow, your big toe, anywhere. Not necessarily in your wrinkles or your joints. Unfortunately, there's industry-funded research that tries to convince people otherwise. So whenever there's a study published and the media picks it up, we have to look and see who's behind the study. So essentially, most of the benefits from these products come from belief, not biochemistry. So what symptoms are consumers seeking to cure? The problem is that the digestion of a meat eater lacks fiber. Therefore, it lacks flow. Therefore, meat eaters are suffering and looking for cures. So they're experiencing bloating and constipation, lack of energy, poor skin, lack of mental focus. And they try to cure all of it How? By drinking bone broth and eating animal collagen at a very high expense and very little efficacy. So what does break down our human collagen? Why do we get wrinkles? So there's 3 ways. One is the sun, lots of sugar in our diets, and ironically, eating browned meat. If you see this photo of a woman's face on the right, you see these lines and what is called cross-hatching. So when humans eat brown meat, some things, there's a reaction with sugar and this protein in the blood that creates something called an advanced glycation end product. And those molecules attach themselves to the collagen in our faces and everywhere in our bodies and causes that collagen to stiffen up, be less flexible, and consequently, we get wrinkles. So, at our company, here are vegan challengers. We make something called bone broth, which we sell online to people who are interested in real efficacious broth, real efficacious minerals and protein. So our product is made from organic mung bean protein, which comes from India, seaweed, yellow chlorella, also an algae, and curcumin. And we don't sell vegan collagen because there's no such thing. Although you can buy bioengineered human identical collagen, but I don't really see the point of that since it still doesn't glue itself to your wrinkles. So we support our own internal collagen with deeply colored carotenoids from algae, tomatoes, and marigolds, bright red, yellow, orange fruits and vegetables that actually are proven to build up under our skin, in our eyes, on the tips of our nose, that are protecting us from the sun beating down on us, breaking up our collagen. So we turn to the cold Iceland Sea for the sea plant minerals in our broth. The sea, of course, is the source of all life. It is mostly identical to our own blood. And so our body readily accepts it and thrives on it. And there's a particular highly, they call it calcareous marine algae, lithothamnion. It's sustainably harvested from the North Atlantic seabed. And it naturally has bioavailable calcium at 25%, 5% magnesium, and 72 trace minerals, just as nature intended. So what grows collagen? The carotenoids. I know it's a funny name, but if you think about beta carotene, you think about carrots, and when you were a child, if you ate a lot of carrots, your mother would say to you, if you eat so many carrots, your skin's going to turn orange. And she was absolutely right. The carotenoids build up under our skin, that our body's own intelligence knows to put it right under our skin. So the carotenoids that come from carrots and all the red, orange, and yellow, purple fruits and vegetables helps grow our collagen. So does astaxanthin, a very funny name, also comes from sea algae. And in the production of astaxanthin, it actually returns oxygen to the atmosphere during production. Lastly, vitamin C. It's required to build collagen. We don't make our own vitamin C. We have to take it from our diet. And without it, one contracts scurvy, which is literally a falling apart of our joints. And you may recall that was a major problem for sailors in the early days of sea voyages around the world, which was eventually solved by a smart seafaring doctor on one of the ships who brought limes, and it was cured. Took 200 years for it to be adopted, but it was eventually cured. So how we use bone broth in a marketing way. We created a reset program for it because we use it to transition people away from animal products. Many people are daunted by the idea of going vegan. They think they're going to starve. So we use the bone broth resets to teach people how easy it is to transition to a plant-based whole foods lifestyle. In our guide, we suggest that they eliminate what we call trigger foods, meat, dairy, and fish that contribute to their symptoms, and just start with one bone broth meal per day. And they can see how easy it is to eat potatoes, rice, vegetables in broth. And it is the ultimate self-care that people are seeking, just in the wrong place. So my personal opinion, the way to transition people to a vegan lifestyle is through soup, not salad. And we made a product that's powder, so it's very simple to turn it into a complete meal in just 10 minutes. And then you can add all your leftover veggies, your noodles, potatoes, rice, or beans, and have a complete meal with protein, minerals, and spices in 10 minutes. We also have fun with it. We use it as a seasoning. So for people who insist that they can only eat tuna fish, we can help them make a plant-based tuna, Toona, using chickpeas and spices, some mustard, some of the bone broth powder, and it tastes delicious. Can also make a Caesar salad dressing with it. The whole point is to be very aspirational, very enticing, to explain to the meat eaters who are feeling sick, feeling sluggish, but stuck, don't know how to approach it, that this is how we help them. So we call it bone broth a survival food for modern times because as climate changes, plant proteins become essential, and they are the logical survival food. It's high quality minerals, protein, and spices in a powder that lasts 3 years or more. So because we use premium fermented ingredients like nutritional yeast, it also has a high concentration of B vitamins and vitamin D. And these are really staples that many of us know about, but meat eaters do not know at all. So it's a ecological, lightweight, easy to take with you routine. Our commitment as a company is to sustainability, extends to every aspect of packaging and production. You know, I go to the beach on the Jersey Shore. I always take a bag with me because I'm always picking up trash. Whether I'm in the water, I'm picking up potato chip bags and plastic bags for snacks and all kinds of garbage, and it is terrible. So even though some of this compostable packaging is more expensive, we pay for it, we support it, because the more companies who do this, the faster the pricing will come down. And this packaging is available to everybody. Every snack company should be using compostable packaging at this point. So, to sum up, grandma's chicken soup is a placebo. We learned that from the King's College 1934 study, as are all the bone broths and collagen powders. Animal collagen does not glue itself to our wrinkles or our joints. It has to be broken down by the body into its constituent amino acids, just like every other protein. Eating brown meat actually breaks down collagen and causes wrinkles. So to build collagen, we need to eat sea plants and yellow, orange, and red fruits and vegetables. And lastly, sea plants have the minerals people are looking for, And so we've got the solution as a vegan company, and I really appreciate your allowing me to make this presentation to all your fine attendees at this conference.
Thank you, Sally. That was very powerful and many things I didn't know. So we now have time for a couple of questions. So we have two options for questions. Number one, if you'd like to come on video and ask your question, please raise your virtual hand. Our tech team will ask you to turn on your video first and then ask you to unmute. And the second option is that we're aware that not everyone wants to come on video. So please write your questions in the question chat and Danny will read them to the speaker. All right, Danny?
Well, I have one question from myself. Can you describe the flavor of both of these items?
Yes, so it's very important when we make vegan products that they be unchallengeably delicious. So, for example, Boon broth tastes like chicken soup, sorta, right? It has to be delicious. It's very umami tasting. And so that's one, that is the hot drink. And then the cold drink is a berry lemonade. And that too is delicious.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. We do have another question from the audience. Let me just see. This comes from Michael. Well, I think you just answered that. Does your product have a chicken soup taste? And the answer is yes. Chicken-ish.
Right.
Okay. We have a question from Nancy.
Hi, Nancy.
I just want to compliment you that the whole idea seems wonderful and based on science. And I love the word boon as a substitutes for bone, but also having that a boon, a present, something that enlarges and gives you rather than takes away. I just one comment. I'm wondering why you leave out, you said meat and dairy, why you leave out eggs, which are not healthy for the human body, also why you say meat and fish when fishes are not plants. So they're, some people say meat and fish and fowl or chickens. But I would urge you to possibly consider saying meat, including fish and fowl. That way we keep fish as an understanding of sentient beings who, feel pain, suffer, don't want to die, are amazing beings, as Jonathan Balcom's book, What a Fish Knows, is all about. So one, why you might maybe want to consider meat, dairy, and eggs, all animal products, and also meat, dairy, eggs, as opposed to meat and fish and fowl. Thank you. And thanks for your work. It's great.
I should have let you review my presentation. You're right. I usually do say, and I am totally opposed to anyone eating any eggs or fish. I just neglected to put those words in because I'm just too close to it sometimes. But you're absolutely correct.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nancy. All right, Sarah.
Hi, thank you so much.
Sarah, you have to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me? Thank you so much. That was incredible. I love the name, Boon Broth. I wanted to ask you, considering that TikTok Live right now is actually projected in the financial world to keep continuing to make billions of dollars, where there's TikTokers making $40 million on live stream. Would you guys be having somebody constantly on live stream cooking bone broth and competing with these? Because the bone broth and the animal broth is huge. I mean, huge. And it's very depressing because it used to be really popular a long time ago, and then it became like really popular for dogs. And then that was like this big craze. And now it's flowed over to the humans, and it's just really, really bad because, like Jane said earlier, it's more and more animals being killed. Thank you.
Hey, Sarah, you know, this is something that we think about all the time, and that is how to generate our stream of information to compete with the flow of these big moneyed companies that promote things that are bad for people and wasteful of their money. It seems like there's so much money in it that they're able to pay for those types of influencers. We do work with influencers. They have to come to us, and we do work with them. We actually have what's called an affiliate program. So an influencer can make 20% a commission on our products for every item they sell, and it's up to them to go ahead and promote it, do whatever they like, as long as it's, of course, respectful and accurate in its claims. And so we're always looking to work with those folks. And we do. If you do a search for Boon for All, you'll see lots of posts for those two products. So, but it's, we're little, and so we just, we need to unite with people who know how to do that, to cook.
You only need one video to go viral, and you can just put bone broth hack. My client did it with a decanter, and she got 10 million views, and she's nobody.
Okay, well,
she had like 100 followers, and she got 10 million views on some cleaning a decanter out.
All right.
So I think you could do it. You just type bone broth hack. There's a way to do it. There's actually a way to get something to go viral.
Why don't you,
I'll try to help you.
You'll do it for us and show us how. So definitely contact me, Sarah. I'll look for your name, and we'll get it done. We have to.
Okay, so we have another question and a half from Michael as a follow-up. He wants to know what one gives the chicken soup taste, like what are the ingredients? Can you clarify on that? And can you further educate on the subject of heavy metals and other possible adverse findings in bone broth, as well as reactions that some may experience if they took the bone broth? I know it's a fairly high histamine food, as one example.
Okay, so we use yeast extracts are what's used in the flavor industry. They're very useful. They're made by fermentation. They don't have any activity, but when they create the yeast lines in these fermentation companies, they can modify them a little bit so they can have different flavors. But they're very umami. And then when they heat the yeast become inactive. So they're non-allergenic. They're just a powder. Like nutritional yeast is one example. And then so there's all variations of that. So it's pretty innocuous, and they're a nice ingredient to use because frankly, we can't sell anything that doesn't taste good. There have been accusations that there's MSG. That's not true. It's just not. So as far as the heavy metals is concerned in animal bone broth, and that's another thing. Many of those animal bone broths don't taste very good, but people, I believe, will hold their nose and drink it down because they think it's doing something for them. And so they have been analyzed. They do have lead in them. There's another recent article I just read. Arsenic is popping up in some of these. They're just slaughterhouse products. I mean, it's the worst of the worst. And so they're not clean. Uh, and they're, they're coming from these animals that are eating God knows what. And so it's really a mass marketing phenomenon that hopefully we can stop at some point. People don't want to be tricked. They don't want to waste their money. So we just have to keep plugging away at doing the right thing for them.
Thank you.
All right. Was that the last question? Looks like it. All right. Did you have one, BJ? No? Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, Sally. This has been very informative, and we're very honored to have you here with us.
You're very welcome. And so everyone has a friend who's eating or drinking bone broth or collagen. Please show them this. Please tell them you can save them a lot of money and a lot of aggravation for their health, because it's all a placebo. So thank you.
We'll do it. Thank you very much. All right. So I'm excited to we have BJ coming up next and Rebecca Allen. So did you have any slides or anything you needed to get ready?
No
You're
slides
good.
today.
All right, well, let's get started. All right. Welcome, everyone, to the Vegan Convergence of the People number 22, Thriving on Planet B. I'm your MC, Mariquita Solis, and I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend, Rebecca V.J. Allen, who is a certified climate healer and now serves as the lead organizer for Climate Healers Quarterly Vegan Convergence of the Peoples. She's certified in plant-based nutrition and actively promotes plant-based living through initiatives like Food Healers, Where We Thrive, and Immune Boosters. Please welcome Rebecca Allen on the topic of food healing as climate and community action. Rebecca Allen.
Thank you, Mariquita. It's a pleasure to be here. I have been enjoying this convergence so much, and I'm going to take you on a little journey that includes chickpea salads, little green heart atoms, and the quiet revolution of unity stew. And what this is about is food healers, and I'm going to give you a little bit of history about it. Starting with the chickpea salad, back in 2018 in October, we had a convergence that Dr. Rao pulled together, and a number of people came and we collaborated and we talked about things that need to be done, and we came up with plans, and then we worked together and separately over the next year doing what we could do. Well, we got online during the pandemic and we started collaborating again, and we came up with wanting to solve the sustainable development goals of the United Nations, which is end world hunger. That's the number 2 goal. And why did we not just out of the blue, and not because we are compassionate, we are compassionate people, and that's always a goal that some of us have had, but because we began to see the connection between feeding people and solving climate change. There's a connection there. Of course, even if you didn't see the climate connection, because of empathy, you would want to be a part of it. But at least for me, I thought this is a key thing. And I think I asked Dr. Rao a couple of times, isn't this a key thing that we need to do? And so Sarah Siegel, who's here today, and Jamin and Amy and other people started a Food Healers event in LA and started feeding people. And we were all inspired by it. And we started a World Food Healers Day that happened to be on Kamaya's birthday in November. And we began to feed actually millions of people But to be honest, some of those people were already being fed, but it wasn't plant-based. It had some dairy in it. And so thanks to Shankar and others who started spreading the word in India, we have more and more of those places serving vegan food. And it happened also in Peru with Allison, who wanted to be a part of the Food Healers Network and didn't want to set up a tent, but found groups that were already serving food. And now I don't have my notes right here, but Ogalis, it's a veganic group that starts helping people learn to cook vegan. They already have a lot of communities there that come together weekly. They take buses together to get up in the mountains and start serving food, but it wasn't all vegan. And so that's another way that it's kind of a quiet revolution. You're just talking to them about having great food, and here's a way to do it without harming those animals. So the program continued, and I got in touch with Mareg in Ethiopia, and he served plant-based meals there. But Food Healers looks differently depending on where you are. So for instance, Tammy in Canada, she takes soup downtown and serves it there with a helper, Paul. And I took food with Renee in the back of the van and took it downtown and served some food there, and eventually set up a tent on my driveway to serve food. There are some bumps that happen along the way. For instance, we had gotten approval from one church to do a Food Healers event there. And then when he saw that it was with Climate Healers, he was not interested. Now, Food Healers does not like to promote and put out a lot of information that might dissuade people, that might feel like they're obligated to go to this church or be this religious way or that sort of thing. It's mostly just out of our hearts feeding people. But at one of the events that we went to, that Margaret came up with, which is, let's see, what was it? A health fair. And so we decided to have two tables. One table was full of vegan information over there, and the vegan-free food was over here. So we still got information out there, but the food was free. Now, in some cases, you'll find that you cannot cook because of regulations. And so we have, in 2 occasions, just served fruit. When we went to Gay Pride, we set up a tent and we served fruit there. And then at the health fair, we also served fruit there. And we got some donations, but some of us, all of us, donated ourselves, our own money. Now, we also became part of Go Dharmic. So if you are wanting to do Food Healers and you have a good plan, get in touch with Go Dharmic. Kelly Kerr is the person to talk to, because she may be able to help you with funding. And it just kind of depends on where you're doing it. For me, I ended up talking with another church friend and Lisa, and we came up with Smooth Food Healers. So this is one of the little tips I learned, whether it's a church or a small organization. If you offer to bring the food, if you offer to do it, hey, I'll coordinate the food. Most people are very happy to have somebody else coordinate or to step up and help. So that's what we did. We had, our church had been volunteering at this place, the Southside Community Center in San Marcos, for years before, but it was bring whatever kind of meat dish you wanted. And so after the pandemic, we said we need to get in there quick and start it up good. This is what the pandemic has done, is give us time to think about what we're doing. And so we got in there, and now we are I go every month that I can. So we serve once a month. And now we have Willow, who is also talking with another church in San Marcos, and I believe they're going to be able to do something there with vegan food. And then a few days ago, I talked with a little store here in town, and she might let us serve some free vegan food at her store once a month. So we'll see. So Food Healers can look very different. And it is a quiet revolution. Now, for me, I have been a strong activist for a long time. I say strong. In other words, I was the kind of person that didn't use empathy first. I used the big sign that said, get over it. And And so for me to now do this a little bit quieter revolution takes making some contacts, having some fun, doing some things that help other groups. It's not as much as the signs out there. And I still will participate in Anonymous for the Voiceless and Save Movement and any other group that comes along that has an event that I can attend. But it is a little bit different here. It's a little bit quieter. And then people are now, joining in, being a part of it. Some of our people are eating, in the church that I go to, are eating a lot less meat, and some of them maybe even going vegan. They're just not ready to say it yet. We shall see. But that's the kind of revolution that I'm talking about. The other thing I wanted to show you was the food app, the wonderful Food Healers app. But guess what? It's not quite ready. And it was ready before, so if you have an old version, I had thought that it would be ready today. And then I started remembering, my brother worked in technology, and some of you have too, Silas has. And I found myself wanting to pressure them to hurry. And I was remembering, wait a second, my brother said that was very stressful. And I was just picturing all the people under so much stress to get the technology done in time for the presentation. And I didn't want to do that. But I hope I didn't do too much, but I wanted it to be ready for you. So I am just going to tell you that right now you can wait, or you can look at the Food Healers app. If you have the older version, you may want to uninstall that and install the new one. I was able to put my event, the San Marcos Food Healers. We're going to be serving a burrito bowl next, August 11th. And so it is now on there. And that's what I really want. I want people to be able to post when they're serving whole plant-based foods. And that reminds me, it's not just an app to put any kind of food on there. It needs to be whole plant-based foods. It can have some sugar, it can have some oil. Well, I don't know, I haven't seen any recipes with sugar, but I have seen some with oil. And so they're plant-based and they're healthy. And the one thing you can do now from your phone is to go straight to the recipes. You can go under volunteer and then look, and you'll find some recipes on there. And I think this is going to be very helpful because there are people who think it is so strange to come up with a vegan meal. I'll tell you a little story. My sister went traveling to see some relatives she hadn't seen in Texas, and then later my cousin said, I had no idea what to fix. She was coming and she's vegan and I don't know what to fix. And I know they worked it out because it's so easy once you know. But I think to be able to have an app that says, look at all these recipes, it's broken down by breakfast, lunch and dinner, and unity stew. I think that will be easier. What I have been telling people is, well, just put vegan, no oil, whatever food you want. And that's a way for me, who is experienced at it, to do it, and maybe some people. But I think having one place for people to go will be wonderful. And that's for the non-vegans as well as the vegans. And the other reason that I want it there so much is that I live in a town of 14,000. And we have an unhoused group of about 200 to 300. And so I see people. I sometimes go to the laundromat and want to help people and have helped them. And just the other day, I drove by the library and there was one of my former students with bags all over him that he was carrying on a little cycle. And I stopped to talk to him. And he had been kicked out of his house in Austin, and so he's just been sleeping by the library. And so I immediately went home and got some stew that I had just made for myself. And the next day I took him sandwiches, the next day bananas, and we have now gotten him in touch with some people from our newly formed homeless coalition, Caldwell County Homeless Coalition. And so I hope we can help him. But it's very uncomfortable to see people suffering when you don't have an option. But to be able to say, look, you have a phone, or he has a phone. Yeah, look, well, I would love to be able to say, look, here's where the free food is. And this will help us. It feels good to be able to post what you're making. So that's what's happening and what's going to happen. And I would love for any of you to come on. Oh, in terms of making food easier, Allison has discovered something that makes it easier to cook and use less energy, the beans and rice with the veggies in it. And if Silas is there and would like to come on and elaborate any, or if Kelly would like to say anything about Go Dharmic, I am ready for questions or comments. And Marakita, you're welcome to join me up here.
I have a question.
Oh, good.
We had a vegan meal today, and my friend's husband didn't eat anything, and it was very awkward. And I don't know how, what would be your suggestion about how to handle that? Because it was too scary for him, and I guess he just starved or whatever you want to call it. He didn't eat lunch, and I didn't want to be too pushy, with this weird vegan food. And do you get a lot of people? How do you handle that when people, have that attitude?
Oh, wow, that's a good question. I've handled it poorly and gracefully, both. I have to let it go when somebody says they don't want any vegan food because their mind is already made up and they're not open. Unless it's someone you're ready to sit down and really go for it. I did that with one of my cousins. We went out to eat. She was going to order, and I said, let's only have plant-based foods at the table. And she got huffy, of course, because it looks like I'm trying to tell her what to eat. So we went and sat down and talked about it, and eventually came to, well, all right, if you insist, do that. I was just letting you know that would be more comfortable. And she ended up ordering a salad instead. So I think it's very awkward, but if their mind is made up, that's it. But in terms of getting in touch with them later or saying, well, what flavors do you like? What kinds of things do you like? Do you not like potatoes? Or, I don't know. Yeah, good question. Yeah.
Well, that's very gracious of you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Oh, Kelly.
Hey, Rebecca. So you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So you mentioned Go Dharmic, so I will come up and talk a bit about Go Dharmic. Go Dharmic was established in 2011 in London through our founder, Hanuman Das, who was coming home from work one day and saw unhoused people, on the street, and went and bought some bananas and started giving them out, and realized that this was his calling, to do something more, to do what's called seva, which is selfless service. And since then, we've grown internationally, and Dr. Sailesh Rao is on our board of directors in the US, and I'm the director of operations. And we're still quite small in the US, and we would absolutely love anyone who is interested in learning more and wanting to, do this type of outreach. And I'm not sure, Sarah's been instrumental in our LA team, and one thing that's for us, it is that's really important to us is the sustainable development goals. So whenever we can, we try to rescue plant-based food, and then we'll supplement it by working with a vegetarian or a vegan restaurant, and to make vegan food. So some, like in London, where we do it quite actively, they'll have about 70% rescue food, and they'll get like a nice warm nutritious vegan meal, stew or something, in addition to their other stuff that they're getting. And in LA, Sarah and her team, they were giving out to the unhoused in Skid Row. And she works closely with like the Vegan Joint, who's a big supporter of ours. And we're going to be probably starting up in New York. But yeah, we will partner with churches, temples, mandirs, whoever, just wants to ensure that everyone has access to, healthy plant-based food. So if anyone would like to get involved or learn more, start up, a Go Dharmic chapter in their city, I'll put my email address in the chat, and feel free to reach out.
Thank you. And stay up here.
Okay, I will.
I see Allison.
Yeah, Rebecca, I thought, since you mentioned the Wonder Bag, I don't think you mentioned Wonder Bag by its name. But I would like to share with people who are involved with serving vegan and plant-based food in the community about the Wonder Bag. And it's something that I learned about from a group that is focused on making beans more easily accessible in the UK. So they started reviving all kinds of seeds for different kinds of beans that are pretty much not offered anymore. And then they started promoting this Wonder Bag, because the Wonder Bag cooks beans without any electricity or burning of wood or burning of animal waste. So it changes the ecology of cooking something that usually takes a very long time to cook. So the Wonder Bag is something that people can find pretty much anywhere online, but here's how it works in a nutshell. You do get your beans started. You cook them for 20 minutes, and then you turn whatever it is that you cook with off after 20 minutes, and you put your pot inside this Wonder Bag. And because it's insulated in such a way, it continues to cook your beans for 7 hours. So it has a whole bunch of gifts. It eliminates the need for power for the rest of the time that it usually takes the beans to cook. The beans don't have to cook separately. They can be cooking in with your unity stew as part of a unity stew. And the other thing it's good for, let's say that you're a working family, everyone works outside the house, and you want to come home and have your food cooked, but you don't want to run the electricity for the 8 hours that you're out of the house. So you start cooking in the morning for 10, depending on what it is, either 10 minutes or 20 minutes. You put it in the Wonder Bag, you go to work, you come home, and it's steaming hot. And the other thing you can do with it is, if you're serving in the community, you can have your food started, and you can get on the road and drive for 7 hours and serve your food, and it will be done by the time you get there. So I've seen videos of people who have done just that. They started the food at home in the morning, they cooked for 20 minutes, they put their pot in the Wonder Bag. You don't take it out of the pot, you put the whole pot right in the Wonder Bag, and then you put that in your car and you drive away, and 7 hours later you serve it. So I can put some links in the chat. These were started in South Africa by rural women. It's a women's industry. And I'm not sure if this is true anymore, but the original producers of it, every time you bought one, they would contribute a second one to a family in a rural area. So, but I know nowadays you can buy these Wonder Bags on Amazon and pretty much everywhere. So anyway, I wanted to share that news because it's such a win, both from the standpoint of making beans more accessible, but also for sharing on burning things that contribute to the destruction of our environment. Yeah,
Yeah, that's wonderful. I ordered one, and so we will see.
yeah. I'll put a link in the chat, unless you want to, Rebecca.
No, I don't have it handy. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Well, thank you, Alice.
Okay.
Dakota?
Everybody. Yeah, I think that Wonder Bag would be so cool. I can't wait to order one. I just heard about it recently through Allison and WhatsApp and stuff. So I can't wait to share it with others in my community, in my neighborhood. Um, but I wanted to just say, tag on to the when people ask about, what do you eat? If you eat vegan or they don't know what to eat, and I was like, do you like French fries? Like almost everybody will say yes to that. And I was like, well, French fries are vegan. So just common foods that they can think of, and they're like, oh yeah, okay. Or even just bean and rice burritos with, I say I go to Taco Bell all the time. I'll be like, just give me beans and rice and add some guac and pico, and it's delicious. Anyway, just kind of helps giving them some common options. But thanks for the presentation, BJ, and great job, Marquita and JMC, and love you guys.
Love you. Thank you. Danny?
Am I here? Do you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The first question comes from Sally. What is your experience in convincing Buddhist organizations to stop serving animal products?
I have not worked with any Buddhist organizations, but I know that when the prayer of compassion was being made, that there were Buddhists involved there. Silas, if he has anything to offer. Shankar, I don't know if you have anything to offer there.
Yeah, I can add something. There was supposed to be a Buddhist monastery who was going to speak tomorrow on their transformation, going vegan, and they couldn't do it this week up, so they're going to do it at the next week up. They're going to talk about what they're doing. Basically, the entire monastery has gone vegan because of, they did a 30-day program, and all the monks who had diabetes reversed their diabetes. And now they're trying to get other monasteries, both in Bhutan and in India, to go vegan for the same reason. And they want to now help the lay people that they serve to also go vegan because of that. So it is spreading. I also wanted to talk about the interfaith retreats that I went to, which could be a good model for food healers and for Godharmic, where there's the interfaith retreats, it was basically an Airbnb, and it was just one big room in which they had put 18 cubicles, and each cubicle was sufficient for one person to sleep in. And then they had a common place that you can come and do all your work. And they had fruits there that you could eat. So, and the money that they're making from those 18 cubicles was being used to fund a vegan kitchen where they would cook 3 times a week and go serve the homeless and houseless in New York City. But I really think that if you cook healthy food, you need to give it to everybody, not just houseless people, because all of us lack healthy food.
And
Yeah.
it's more fun if we're all together
Yeah.
and we treat each other equally. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. So I thought that was a good model that they were using, which could be copied. Because you run a business just for this purpose of generating revenues for creating this healthy food. And people come, they know they're doing it for a good cause, so they come and use that. They keep coming back. They have repeat customers all the time.
Do we have time for the last question? This is from Michael. I very much appreciate the compassionate act of sharing food, especially plant-based food, to those in need. To some or many, the thought may arise that these deliveries are in a way day-to-day Band-Aid approach to a larger problem at hand. Do you or others here have thoughts on how to have those in need become less reliant on the flow and supply of meals continually and become more self-sufficient? Are there enough community gardens? Do you believe growing efforts on their part would be invested? Other solution pathways?
Thank you so much. I would love for you to go to Food Healers Ethiopia, because each food healer group does it a little bit differently. One in a park, one at a church, one on the sidewalk. And in Ethiopia, it has turned into not serving the cooked food, but they're planting a garden. And sometimes we donate money, whoever can, and they buy big sacks of grains and big sacks of legumes of some sort, so that we're not doing the cooking. They can't. The situation is different there. So sometimes it's not cooked food. And we're very pleased that they're growing gardens now also. So thank you. And Dr. Ralph, you'd like to say anything on that too? And thank you for the question.
Yeah, I mean, it's a collective effort that we need to do to ensure that everyone has access to healthy food. It's about growing healthy food and serving it to everyone. So, it's the foundation of a healing economy that we need to be creating, because so far we have been in a sick care economy where people are just convincing you to drink, bone broth. And I mean, it's just all about making money off of people as opposed to helping people.
Yeah, this is something we really need. So very appreciative of this. I guess that might be all the questions, it looks like.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for sharing this beautiful project and everything you're doing, Rebecca. All right. So it looks like we're coming up on our next segment here. All right. We have one of my good friends, Danny, if you're ready.
I am ready to roll.
All right, everybody. Welcome to the Vegan Convergence of the People number 22, Thriving on Planet B. I'm your MC, Mariquita Solis, and I'm excited to introduce my good friend, Danny Kent. Danny is a core member of Climate Healers. She's certified as a climate healer and is in her 6th year with the organization. She's an ethical vegan who hopes to see cruelty eliminated from our food system in her lifetime. Good news keeps her going. So in her segment today, Danny will be sharing good news. Danny Kent.
There we go. So right off the top of the list, there was a record gathering over 1.5 million people in a grand assembly in An Hao Tu, Ngang province in southern Vietnam, the largest vegetarian event. It featured over 200 vegan food stations run by Hao Ho Buddhist volunteers offering thousands of meals daily. More than a religious gathering, the celebration reflected the movement's enduring values of compassion, service, and solidarity. The Hao Ho community continues to play an active role in social welfare with long-standing efforts in charity kitchens, herbal clinics, education support, and aid for the underprivileged across the country. Go Vietnam. This is plant-based treaty news. El Masnou, a municipality in Catalonia, has formally endorsed the plant-based treaty, making it the 2nd city in Spain to join the global initiative. The motion, passed on June 19, 2025, by the City Council with a majority vote of 17 in favor and 2 against, places emphasis on transitioning towards plant-based food systems to address climate change, public health, and animal welfare. As part of its commitment LMSNU will implement several measures aimed at promoting plant-based food. These include ensuring that at least 50% of catering at public events consists of plant-based options. The city will also engage local schools to introduce more plant-based meals. Cheers to Plant-Based Treaty. This is out of Cambridge, Massachusetts. Young activists are getting plant-based on the menu for climate and animals. The way we eat and farm is responsible for around a third of the world's climate emissions, with most of that fraction fueled by meat, especially beef. Rising global temperatures are already testing the boundaries of human livability, which we've seen during this convergence in many parts of the global south, including India and Pakistan. Climate scientists have outlined the solutions, however, including cutting back on the meat and dairy we consume. One way to do that is to encourage people to eat more plants with dishes like shiitake mushroom curry, yum, that are on the menu at Base Crave. Base Crave of Massachusetts is one of more than a dozens of restaurants around the world to participate in the Eat for Impact campaign organized by food system advocacy group Planted Society. If you haven't heard from them, they're pretty new. Planted Society estimates that their commitments reduce greenhouse gas emissions by about 250,000 pounds annually in Cambridge. While that may sound like a drop in the bucket compared to the 10 to 20 billion tons of emissions attributable to the food system annually across the world, small actions like these do add up to emissions reduction. Portugal, this is news out of the Azores. Portugal constructed Europe's largest marine protected area network in the Azores, protecting an astonishing 287,000 square kilometers of water. That's about this big. These safeguards against diverse ecosystems that support deep sea corals, whales, manta rays, and sharks, sheltering them from damaging activities as fishing and mining. This is an achievement for the Azorians, said Jose Manuel Bolero, president of the Azores regional government, who believes the project inspires other regions to act similarly for the planet's future. Marine protected areas are legally declared areas of the ocean or coastal regions where activities like fishing or drilling are limited or prohibited in order to conserve biodiversity. So they are a model on the way. News out of Australia. Australia expands its marine parks, protecting more ocean than any other country. That's big news. Australia is creating ripples in the international environmental community with a bold new commitment to ocean conservation. Australia's Environment Minister announced last week, and this was about pushing a month ago, the expansion of the Heard Island and McDonald Islands Marine Reserve by over 300,000 square kilometers, ensuring that the country protects 52% of its oceans, more than any other nation. The announcement puts Australia well beyond the global objective of safeguarding 30% of the oceans by 2030, which several countries, including Australia, agreed to just 2 years ago. Australia has now protected an area roughly the size of Italy, following a public consultation process that began this June. So that is important for all of us. Do have a segment here on fungi. There is a fungus discovered by Yale researchers in 2011 that in the Ecuadorian rainforest. This tenacious organism can survive on polyurethane and thrive in oxygen-poor environments like landfills. And this has to do with a company that is changing diaper waste, becoming biodegradable. It's Hyro Technologies, a startup in Austin, Texas, that believes baby poop and mushrooms might hold the key to tackling one of the world's stinkiest environmental problems, disposable diaper waste. Around 4 million tons of diapers were dumped in U.S. landfills in 2018, with virtually no recycling or composting. And these fungi are micro-digestible, making the diapers decompose. Apparently fungi have been training for this all their lives. There are now over 100 known fungi species capable of digesting plastic. And good luck to them. They're local, US, Texas. You like that? This is coming out of, let's see, this is from the Optimist Daily, and I recommend that people subscribe to Optimist Daily. It's a news service that they capture news domestically and abroad that is more positive, more uplifting, showing some of the progress on the climate front and medical fronts, and more optimistic way to start your day is reading some good news. I recommend it. And this is Japan, out of Japan. In a world drowning in plastic, scientists in Japan may have found a lifeline. Researchers from the Riken Center for Emergent Matter Science and the University of Tokyo have developed a new type of plastic that can dissolve in seawater within hours without leaving a trace. While biodegradable plastics have been around for a while, this new material stands out for how quickly it breaks down and how little it leaves behind. In a lab demonstrated in Wako City, just outside of Tokyo, a small piece of the plastic disappeared after being stirred in salt water for about an hour. Project lead Tezuko Aida said the material is as strong as petroleum-based plastics, but degrades rapidly in seawater and in soil. This new plastic may not be a silver bullet, but it could be a powerful piece of the solution puzzle. By designing materials that work with nature rather than against it, scientists are showing that the future does not have to be plastic wrapped. In case you don't know by now, there are circuses around the world using holographic images instead of live animals. Particularly in Germany, from a circus Roncalli. They are now using the holographic images of the animals instead of live animals in their acts. So that's a bit of good news too. Hopefully others will catch on. This news out of Colombia. Colombia bans bullfighting, historic step for animal rights. Thumbs up to that. Colombia's President Gustavo Petro signed legislation prohibiting bullfighting and marking a historic step forward for animal rights. Animal rights advocates are celebrating the decision, which marks a shift in cultural attitudes. The practice will be phased out nationwide by 2027. It's right around the corner. Let's see. We cannot tell the world that killing living and sentient beings for entertainment is culture, the president said. He underlined that a culture of animal killing for sport had the potential to desensitize society to even human brutality. The bullfighting prohibition, which Congress enacted in May after considerable discussion, calls for the end of bullfighting by 2027. It also directs the conversion of over a dozen bull rings into cultural sporting facilities. Nice twist there. Colombia has joined a growing list of regions that are abandoning bullfighting because of new rules. Only 7 nations currently allow bullfighting: Spain, France, Portugal, Mexico, Venezuela, Ecuador, and Peru. However, some municipal governments within these countries have enforced their own restrictions. Well, that's really good news. Here's some more good domestic news. An undercover investigation. Let's see. This is by Animal Recovery Mission, ARM, has announced the permanent closure of Woodcrest Dairy, an industrial scale facility and former supplier to Coca-Cola owned Fairlife Dairy. Drone footage captured by ARM reveals a now vacant property where large-scale abuse once occurred. This outcome reflects the undeniable power of public pressure and the urgent need to hold mega dairies accountable by refusing to turn a blind eye to industrial-scale suffering. Co-founder of ARM, Those are words from Richard Kudo. This marks the 9th Fairlife-linked dairy exposed for animal cruelty, further fueling legal and ethical scrutiny of the brand. Despite pledges of reform, Fairlife is currently facing a second-class action suit over allegations it violated a 2019 settlement related to consumer deception and its partnerships with abusive suppliers. The closure of Woodcrest Dairy stands as a powerful reminder: when the public demands accountability, change is possible. Industries that profit from cruelty must be exposed, confronted, and dismantled, because silence enables suffering and justice for animals begins with action. And I think this is my final headline here, but it's a biggie. Norway bids farewell to fur farming in a milestone for animal welfare. Norway officially closed the chapter on fur farming, marking a significant victory for animal welfare advocates. Once home to nearly 300 fur farms, the country has now phased out the industry entirely, with the last farmers shutting down operations ahead of the given deadline, which was February of 2025. This move places Norway among a growing list of nations that have decided fur farming belongs in the past, not in modern society. For decades, fur farming was a staple of Norway's agricultural landscape. Minks and foxes were bred in small wire cages destined for luxury fashion markets. However, shifting public attitudes, mounting ethical concerns, and political pressure have led to the industry's decline. The final decision to ban fur farming was made in 2018, with a phase-out period designed to help farmers transition to other livelihoods. The Norwegian Veterinary Association, along with numerous animal welfare experts, concluded that fur farming was fundamentally incompatible with modern standards of humane treatment. Unlike other forms of livestock farming, there was no practical way to raise fur-bearing animals without causing severe distress. The government, in this case, introduced a compensation plan worth about $50 million to help farmers transition to new industries. A little more. Norway's decision to end fur farming is part of a larger global shift. In recent years, several European nations, including the UK, Australia, and the Netherlands and Belgium, have banned fur farming. The fashion industry has also played a significant role in this transformation. As demand for fur declines, high-end brands are increasingly opting for sustainable and cruelty-free alternatives. California became the first U.S. state to ban the sale of fur, and other regions are considering similar measures. The European Union has received over 1.5 million signatures on a petition calling for a total ban on fur farming, signaling that change is on the horizon. Norway's ban is not just an end, it's a new beginning. It sets the stage for a world where compassion leads the way, proving that progress is possible when we choose to prioritize kindness over cruelty. So I'd like to turn this time over to our participants to see what good news they'd like to bring forward. And anybody want to raise their hand, share some good news? I'd love to hear it. And all the links to all these little news stories are in the chat. Anybody wants to look at them. So
I'd
let's
like to,
hear it.
oh, go ahead.
Yes, let's hear it.
Okay, I'll go first really quickly. It was just when we had the animal ministry the other day and we had chickens as our guest, and I got a lot of wonderful feedback. And the next week, someone was saying, I love the chickens. I went home and told my husband how the chickens sing lullabies to the babies, and other people just really, someone new came and she told me today how touched she was for it. So that was just a small, beautiful piece of good news.
Thank you. Rebecca, got good news?
Yes, I do have some good news, and that is that our Unitarian Universalist Animal Ministry helped bring about a new article. Now, this is just related to church people, the Unitarians, but they used to have the first principle, and I guess they still have it, the inherent worth and dignity of every person. But now they have added, instead of every person, and we worked really hard for this, it says, they've revised it to say protecting all beings from exploitation. So that's in our guidelines, and that's a big step. It feels real slow most of the time, but that is a big step. And so now I just wanted to share that little bit of good news with you.
Awesome. Thank you. Paige, got some good news? Can we bring up Paige, please? There you go.
Hello.
Hope you're muted again.
Can you hear me?
Yep, you're on.
Okay. Well, the timing couldn't be more perfect. I just passed under what is the largest North American animal crossing that is being built right now, called the Annenberg Wildlife Crossing, to reintroduce animals to each other on either side of the freeway. And it's in the city of Agora Hills, California. So you can look it up. It hasn't opened yet, but it's in the process. And also in good news in regards to that is there is a beautiful display of wooden elephants in the city of Beverly Hills, which is a partnership with the crossing. So pretty cool.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Paige. All right, looks like Allison, you've got some good news for us. Want to bring Allison up, please? There she is.
Okay. Yeah, I have some good news. If some of you will remember back 6 months ago, we did VCOP 20, which was focused on rewilding. And at VCOP 20, we focused on a group called the Vegan Land Movement, which is based in the UK. And we've been following the vegan land movement ever since then. And I want to celebrate with everyone today that due to the participation of some of you here, either by contributing monthly or by spreading the word, that they have just purchased their 8th parcel of land, which they have legally taken out of animal agriculture and returned to nature. So they go through a very specific rewilding process. It's vegan rewilding, and we're in the process of creating a course about vegan rewilding. It'll be the very first course that we know of, teaching what vegan rewilding is and encouraging people to support efforts like the Vegan Land Movement, Sodana Forest. There are a few others that are specifically doing vegan rewilding. And what I'd like to celebrate about this 8th plot of land, and specifically the Vegan Land Movement, is that they have a legal design for keeping land for nature in perpetuity. In other words, we've seen people who have reforested land and they've passed on, and then people buy the land and it goes back to whatever fundraising or for-profit business. The trees are cut down and it goes back to the way it was. So the great thing about the Vegan Land Movement is that they have devised a system where the land goes back to nature in perpetuity. So if the organization falls apart or if someone dies, as a matter of fact, one of their key organizers did pass on, and he was key in one of the purchases of one of the first 7 plots. So this continues on in perpetuity. And so I'm here to celebrate the purchase and return to nature of their 8th plot.
That is awesome news.
Yeah.
Anyone else have anything they want to chime in on? We have about 2 minutes left.
Yes, I see a question here.
Ray?
Let's see.
Hey, Danny, I just
Yes?
wanted to, rather than good news,
Oh,
a
no.
good way to interpret bad news.
Okay.
Is that allowed? Because it is good news. I think there's a lot of things that make us feel like the world's going in the wrong direction.
Yes.
And anybody who knows me, I've got all sorts of graphs with curves on them. And there's one that I can't find. I saw it a long time ago on LinkedIn, and it was a very corporate strategy. It was talking about implementing change in a corporate environment and the resistance that a manager will meet. And the way the graph worked was very similar to the Kubler-Ross uh, dealing with grief, that curve that a lot of people are familiar with, and the Dunning-Kruger effect from going to be, the wrong kind of expert where you think you know everything when you haven't actually learned anything, and then you discover that there's a lot to learn, and you feel a despair, and then you move out of that valley of despair, but never ever reach that height of conviction when you were wrong, right? This model showed a change from one side to the other, and it wasn't linear. It wasn't just a valley. It was a valley with a loop-de-loop in it. And what the loop-de-loop represented was, because you're trying to create change, everything that doesn't want change, or everything that's afraid of change, anybody that has a different idea who is going to leverage fear is going to pull at all the stops to try to stop it from happening. So what happens isn't a swoop into the change. Seems like a complete reversal, and you end up going the opposite direction. So if you're ever feeling like everything is going in the opposite direction, consider this model that we are at the top of a loop and we're about to go down the other side, because like the Kubler-Ross, like the Dunning-Kruger effect, you never ever get back to that height. You start up at the top of the valley, you go down and you do a loop, but you're never ever going to get back to where you started. It's going to follow through the loop, and that momentum is going to take you into the change.
Great.
So I think about that when I hear the news and I go, people are getting dumber. We're hoping that our awareness campaigns are going to make them smarter. But a lot of this is they're starting to make objections that they've never had to make before. When we do these awareness campaigns and people start to understand and they go, well, that's not my tradition. That's not my understanding of the world. Nobody's ever challenged it before. So this is good that it's now creating a conversation, even if it creates resistance, even if it creates a movement in the wrong direction. Because like I said, those movements may turn us around the loop-de-loop, but we're not going back up the roller coaster. We're following through.
Right. Makes sense. I also want to say something about climate healers. We're not fear mongers. We're not, oh, the world's going to blow up tomorrow if you're not vegan. We have a position on what the ill effects of a carnivore diet is and a carnivore lifestyle. But it's really about eliciting compassion at the center of every body, to operate more from their heart than from the monkey mind, and I think it's the heart that's going to lead humanity out of this mess. So I just want to say kudos to who we are and how we're doing it. Go, Ray.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Climate Healers has a very joyful message. We actually have some truth on our side that hasn't even been used yet. As everybody experiences this despair, especially climate anxiety. I sat in group sessions with local activists that were, trying to convince people in kitchen conversations how to deal with climate anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
And I told the group that I don't have the same level of climate anxiety as you are, because I'm vegan and I know some things that, because I'm vegan, it's not because I'm right. It's because I'm willing to look at the evidence and see that there's things that we will deploy. We will change our agricultural system, and they're incredibly powerful, and people don't realize that. So we have good news. We're I was hesitating to say the New Testament of climate change, but it is kind of like this new way of looking at things that I think there's a lot of people that are really frustrated with solving climate change with fossil fuels. It's not working. It hasn't been working. And I still don't hear any resolution. That isn't decades away. The best solutions they've got is decades away. And changing our agriculture system is far more powerful than they ever realized. And it's going to happen so fast. And it must happen fast. And incidentally, the phase out of fossil fuels can't happen too fast because of aerosols. And scientists understand that, but they don't want to talk about it. But now they have to.
Very good points. And we only have, it looks like maybe 1 or 2 minutes left. So I'd love to see what Paige has to say.
Just really quickly, I wanted to say that I live in a very conservative neighborhood, and I'm working with the Plant-Based Treaty on 3 different cities right around here. And one city said it's the first time they've ever flown a pride flag in all the years. And they have been allowing us to table at their events. So we table at their farmers markets twice now, concerts in the park, and we're bringing this public information forward. So that's good news to me. That's progress.
Thank you, everyone, for sharing. Let me read some headlines, and I hope you enjoyed it, and we'll keep it going.
Thanks so much, Danny. I feel very happy now.
Thank you. Good.
Great. Let's see here now. We have Sanaya coming up here. Welcome, Sanaya.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Well, thank you for joining us and everything that you're doing. Do you have any slides today that you need to get ready, or?
I will be sharing my screen, but I have them ready to go already. So
okay, we can get started then. All right. Welcome to the Vegan Convergence of the People, number 22, Thriving on Planet B. I'm your MC, Mariquita Solis, and I'm very pleased to introduce to you our exceptional technical intern, Sanaya Talang. She has been intrigued and motivated by technology and created a trivia app based on Climate Healers content that can be used for both education and entertainment. Additionally, she worked on reorganizing the resources on the Climate Healers website so that they are easy to access. She will enter her senior year of high school in Austin, Texas this fall, and she's excited to show you her projects. Today, Sanaya will be sharing resources for Climate Healers. Sanaya Talang.
thank you. So hi, everyone. I'm Sanaya. I'm really excited to be here today. I've been an intern at Climate Healers over the last 2 months, and I'm thrilled to share 2 projects that I've been working on. So my goal with these projects was to increase engagement as well as create easy access to resources that support and amplify the Climate Healers message. So the first project I worked on was a resources page for the Climate Healers website. So the site already has an extensive amount of resources, including documentaries, articles, videos, books, and research papers written by Dr. Rao, but they're spread out across different pages, which makes it a little hard to find and explore. So I created a dedicated page to bring all those sources together and organize them by topic. So the topics include historical context, wildlife, climate, deforestation and land usage, ocean and pollution, ethics, health, and books. So the goal was to make it easier for users to quickly find the information they're looking for and explore it more in depth. So at this time, I'm going to show you the page that I've been working on. So this page is going to be added to the Climate Healers website. As you can see, it's pretty simple, but effective. There's a message at the top of the page that encourages users to explore these resources and also explore Climate Healers in general. So the sources are all linked under their respective categories. There's historical context, wildlife, climate deforestation and land usage. And this is probably the biggest or the category with the most amount of sources underneath it. So that really stresses the fact that animal farming has a significant impact on our environment. And then there's ocean pollution, ethics, health, and books. So that's what the page looks like. So I think this new page will not only help users access the Climate Healers resources easily, but also encourage deeper learning in specific areas that they're interested in. So whether someone is wanting to learn more about the ethical reasons behind veganism or the health benefits of a plant-based diet, they will now have a clear starting point. So this is the first project. The second project I've been working on is a trivia-based app called Trivia for a Purpose. So the idea behind this app is to make learning about important issues more like climate change, plant-based living, and ethical concerns more engaging and accessible through a fun and interactive experience. So to create these trivia questions, I pulled from both the Climate Healers website as well as my own research to ensure that the content was accurate, thought-provoking, and informative. The trivia is divided into 3 main categories, which are climate and the environment, ethics, and health and wellness. So I'm going to share a demo of this app with you right now. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Trivia for a Purpose. So this app features 3 main categories: climate and the environment, ethics, and health and wellness. When clicking on the category of their choice, the user is prompted on whether they would like to play for points or just try the questions. So I'm going to click try for this one. The user will then begin answering questions. If they answer correctly, their answer choice will be highlighted green. If they answer incorrectly, then their answer choice will turn red and the correct answer will be highlighted green. Users can also click the thumbs up button to like the question. Now I'm going to play for points in the ethics category. So each category has 10 questions, and if the user chooses to play for points, then at the end of the game, they will be told how many questions they got correct out of the 10, as well as how many points they earned. So as you can see, I got 4 out of 10 answers correct, so I earned 80 points. Users can also see the total number of points they have in the upper right corner of their screen. Next, above the categories, there's a Discover tab. There are 3 different options under the Discover tab for users to further explore the content on this app. They can see the top achievers who are ranked based on the number of points they have. They can see the top 10 most liked questions and play those for points or just try the questions. And lastly, there's an option for sources, which contains all the sources used to get content for the trivia questions. These sources are organized based on category. And at the top of the page, there's a link to the Climate Healers website. Above the Discover tab, there's a way to connect with other players by clicking Find Friends and then clicking Add Friend beside the other player's avatar. Users can also invite their friends by clicking the upper right corner of their screen. Additionally, users can add a question of their own by clicking the Add button on the bottom of their screen. They can select the category they want their question to go under by clicking the upper left corner of their screen. Users will then add their quiz question as well as their quiz answers and select the answer that is correct. They'll hit Continue to Submit, and the question will go to review to the admin, which is myself, before being added to the category the user chose. Lastly, under the user's profile, they can see their rank, the number of points they have, if they've added any questions, and the number of friends they have. So I hope you've enjoyed Trivia for a Purpose, and thank you for watching my demo. So Whether someone is already passionate about these topics or just starting to learn, this app will offer an inviting way to explore complex ideas through quick and engaging questions. So yeah, those are the two projects I've been working on. I hope that you've learned something or one of them sparks your interest. My app is available for iPhone users to download on the App Store. I'm still updating a couple things, but the trivia questions are in there in case anyone is interested in learning. So, yes.
Thank you so much. Wow, I feel very inspired. You being a senior in high school is amazing. I wish I'd been so enlightened. I think I was lost in the clouds as a senior. So how beautiful this is. So y'all, we have time for questions now. And then again, we have two options for questions. If you want to come on video and ask your questions, please raise your virtual hand and our tech team will ask you to turn on your video first and then ask you to unmute. And second, we are aware that you might not want to come on video, so please write your questions in the question chat and Danny will read them to the speaker. All right, we've got a question from Dr. Rao.
Hi, Sanaya. Thank you so much. The questions, when people enter the questions and they come to you, so are you planning to then add them to the existing list and
Yeah, so
grow the list?
yeah, so it'll just it just needs to be approved just to make sure that there's no inappropriate content or anything that's irrelevant. But it'll be added to the category that the user chooses.
But will it check for correction? I mean, that it is correct, what there are,
Yeah, I will
the
check to
answers
make
are?
sure that it's
Yeah,
accurate as well.
perfect. Is it available on Android or no?
It's not yet available on Android. Yeah, right now it's only available on iPhone, but I'm gonna work to get that on Android.
Okay. What platform did you write it on?
So I took a Swift coding class. So I used I believe I can't quite remember the name of the app, but I think it's one of Apple's platforms to
I
code.
see.
I can't find it right now. I think it's just Xcode. That's what it is.
Xcode, okay. Thank you. So the resources page that you created will be under the For You tab. I'll add it today.
Amazing. Thank you.
Sure.
Dakota?
Hi, thank you, Sanaya. That was fabulous. I'm excited about these apps and making the website a little more user friendly or just fun, and that it's like accessible to anybody with, like it's quick and just kind of trivia, a fun thing, but yet engaging with making you think. And I think it's just wonderful. And thank you so much. And my question was, is it going to be available for Android at some point? And so Dr. Rao already asked that, and you're working on it. And one of these days I'll get an iPhone, but I have Android right now.
Yes.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, do we have any questions in the chat?
Sorry, I forgot to ask, what is the name of the app?
It's called Trivia for a Purpose.
Trivia for a Purpose. Because I would like to send it to the schools in England and see what they think of it.
And I can add any specific content you would like any specific questions, because everything is just kind of general based on the resources that were in the Climate Healers website right now, but I can add any specific content.
Yeah, and the presentation I gave at the schools, there is a version of that on YouTube that I can send you.
Mhm.
So if you can use data from that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, Rebecca?
Thank you. I tell you, it was wonderful working with you. I think you're just marvelous, and I love the app. And I was curious about how other questions could, be formed. And I like that if students have questions, ideas for questions, Dr. Rao has some ideas of the questions that they asked with different school levels. So how would we if somebody has a question, we'll just put it in the app right there. And then if you have questions about the question, you would come to Climate Healers. If you have any questions, is that the way it would work?
Yeah. So so there's right now there's a limited amount of questions. So if anybody has more content to add, that's amazing. And I'm trying to add as many questions as I can so people can learn more. And I think the sources are mainly there just to further explore. Like if people are like wanting to learn more about specific topics or a specific question in the app, then they have that there, as well as the Climate Healers website.
I think that's wonderful that you have the resources right there so they can go right to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I have a question. What about other seniors or juniors or people in your high school? What do they think about what you're doing?
So so I actually originally had created an app similar to the original app is called Trivia for a Cause. And it had a similar purpose where it was just raising awareness about like important issues like again climate change and things like that. And I originally had made it because I felt like people my age or even people who are younger a lot of times find it more interesting to do something interactive to learn. I think me personally, especially being in school, it's way more fun to do something interactive than just always be listening to a lecture. And sometimes I remember the information better that way. So I think people my age enjoy things that are more interactive in that sense. And so then I kind of thought like, I feel like that could expand and could be used for the Climate Healers message as well. It's just a different way of learning ultimately.
Yeah, that's a great way to reach our youth. And are your friends and people your age, are they afraid? Are they worried about the climate?
I think definitely yes. Um, I know a lot of people who are concerned about the environment and are noticing the changes that are happening. So I definitely think, yeah.
Well, that's good to hear. Are there any questions in the chat? No, okay. All right. Well, I do have a lot of questions. What about your family? Are they on board with everything you're doing? Are they vegan?
Yeah, so my mom is vegan, and she was the one who originally directed me to Climate Healers. And yeah, she's loving all the work I'm doing with this. She's a proud vegan. She also, yeah, she's been supporting me through all this as well. So they definitely are.
Well, that's great. And what about kids? I mean, let's just say kids I remember being in high school and what a struggle it was. Now, do you get made fun of because of this, or are people more respectful?
I think maybe like when I was a couple years younger, I think people did sometimes make fun of it or crack jokes about it. But I feel like more people have been supportive than been making fun because it is like an important issue to talk about, especially with the way it's affecting the environment. So yeah, I did create a club at my school as well to raise awareness about these kind of things. And Dr. Rao actually came and spoke at one of the meetings, I think like a year ago maybe. And a lot of people really enjoyed hearing about climate healers and yeah, those kinds of things. So I think people are becoming more aware and more supportive of the vegan movement.
Well, that's amazing. It really is. And were you have such confidence and gracefulness. Now, as a child, were you born born with this? I mean, this kind of confidence that you're exuding, or was it something you had to work on?
I think I definitely had to work on it. I think like when you care about something like as important as this, it's important to just be confident and like keep going at it. Yeah.
Yeah, that is very true because I think when you have your passion behind you, it really motivates you to get out there and to override your fears.
Yeah, exactly.
That's wonderful. All right, and I'm going to just check again if there are any more questions. So what has been your biggest kind of your biggest challenge as you were developing these things? Or I mean, was there some like limiting belief or something that really got in your way that you had to overcome?
In terms of the projects, I think I definitely learned a lot of new skills as I was doing it. So like creating the app was challenging because there was a lot of coding that I had to learn for that. And then even with the website, sometimes it got a little tedious, like trying to find all the sources and things like that. So I think there were a couple challenges, but I think it was more of like a learning experience, which I kind of tried to take it in that sense with every challenge I face. So yeah, yeah.
Well, that's wonderful. Yes, because when we see the challenges as not failures, but as steps to growth and learning, oh my gosh, that changes everything. So that mindset is crucial, and you already have it at such a young age. I didn't even know what that was when I was a senior in high school, I had no idea about any of this. So, I mean, the impact you're having, where do you see yourself? Have you thought about it, like your goals in the next 10 years, or are you just letting it go organically?
Um, I think so I've been really interested in technology and engineering for a while now. And my biggest thing with that is I definitely want to have some purpose behind it. So, I think using technology for things like encouraging, like um, awareness with climate change, and also like I love to build like accessible technology, and I've had some experience in that. So honestly, I just think like using technology for a purpose because it's becoming so widespread, and like AI as well. I think I don't know exactly what I'll be doing in 10 years, but I'm hoping that's what like that's my main goal.
And how can we get AI to help us?
I think AI is really helpful for like learning, especially like even with um, like the website and some of the questions, I did use AI to pull some sources and things like that. Like if there was something really specific or things like that, and it made it really easy for me to access like sources on specific topics. So I think that was really helpful. So I think learning is a big thing with AI.
Dr. Rao?
Yeah, I was going to ask Sanaya, would you be able to try the app out with your school friends?
Yeah, I think I can do that. I can share it with them.
Mhm.
I can definitely share it like within my club. I think, yeah.
And get some feedback as to,
Yes.
what
Yeah.
works, what doesn't work. Yeah.
Mhm. Yes.
Wonderful. That seems like a simple way to spread the word, among
Mhm.
students.
Yes. And
Did you also, sorry?
I had a lot of fun making it as well. So
Oh, good.
it was a good learning experience.
Were you also there when Samantha was giving her presentation?
I don't believe so.
Samantha Derrick, I think it was the third one this morning.
I think I
And
hopped on in the
so,
afternoon.
yeah, she has over 100 universities as part of her Planned Futures initiative.
That's amazing.
And I would love to spread the same app with her,
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
Y'all, Sanaya, I wonder, it seems like you would have a lot of little kids that would look up to you for what you're doing. Do you have a little fan club?
I mean, not really like little kids. I think I don't know if like that many like kids know that I'm doing this. But my friends have been definitely supportive. And like again, everyone in my club at school has been really supportive of this and interested in learning. So yeah, I kind of have a little fan club.
Well, that's no surprise. All right, we got Danny.
So we have one question from Shankar, one of our members, cohorts. Are there any other additions planned for the app?
I think at the moment, I don't have any specific features. I definitely want to add a lot more content into the app. Um, and yeah, definitely just adding more content right now, I think is the most important. And again, spreading it to Android users as well, because I think that'll open up like a lot more people could be able to access the app. So that's kind of the plan right now.
Did you use AI to code the app?
No, I didn't use AI to code it, but I did use like ChatGPT and AI to kind of learn more about like the coding that I was doing and like specifics for some of the code. So yes.
BJ?
Yes, my question is, you're getting ready to start again school this fall, senior year. And so how much time do we have to to work with you? Because I think we had said to the end of the month, so that means we need to get you in touch with some people. Are you going to stay in touch with us? We know you're going to be very busy during high school.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed doing this, and I definitely will stay in touch after. I just won't, I guess I won't have as much time during the day because I will be in school. My school starts like in the middle of August, but I definitely want to continue working and improving my app and being able to have people access it whoever's interested. So yes,
That's
I will definitely stay in touch.
Thank you.
Yeah, once you have a link to the app, the iOS and Android, we can put a link on the website for people to download.
Yeah.
All right, any more questions?
Awesome work, Sanaya. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Yes, it's very powerful and it's very inspiring that you're so young and to see what's going to happen in the next 10 years, the next 20 years, the next, you have such a beautiful lifespan here and so dedicated, so passionate and so calm. And that's very important. That drive, that this is what I want. This is what I'm going to do. And I can feel that nothing's going to stop you, that you're very contained emotionally and that you are on track. What a blessing that is.
Thank you so much.
All right. So, well, that was a wonderful, very inspiring. It's wonderful to see our youth taking action. BJ, did you have a question?
Well, it's
Comment?
yeah, I will just come on and say that it was a joy to work with Sanaya. She was so wonderful, and I just really am glad that we had this opportunity to have her with us as an intern. It was wonderful. And I didn't get to say that. I don't think I could say it enough.
I know it is a blessing, a tremendous blessing. So, all right. Well, I hope everyone's enjoying today. We've had some great speakers, and we're getting ready to have our keynote speaker soon here. So, again, please get your questions ready. And looks like Meryl is here. Hi, Meryl.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, this is so wonderful. So glad to be here. Good evening.
It's great to see you again. You're one of my favorites, the way you're spreading the word and getting the message out to our youth. And goodness sakes, we've got to help our children. So wonderful. Meryl, do you have any slides that you need to get ready?
They're all pulled up and ready to go. So as long as technology works in our favor, all the stars line up and everything's good, we should be good to go.
All right. Well, we can get started. Let's see here. I think, well, give me 1 second here. And where are you joining us from, Meryl?
I am in Wisconsin, right on the state line Wisconsin, Illinois is just south of me, so I'm about an hour either side of Milwaukee and Chicago.
Wonderful. Well, we're all here from all over, which is very exciting. I'm in the Atlanta area, and it's amazing that we all come together on Zoom for this. All right, so let's get started if you're ready. And I want to welcome everyone. I'm Mariquita Solis, and this is Vegan Convergence of the People number 22, Thriving on Planet B. I'm your MC, and I'm honored to introduce as our keynote speaker tonight and my good friend, Meryl Fury. After years of studying nursing, human health, meditation, and personal transformation, Meryl realized that eating only plants was the healthiest option for her. This awareness fires Meryl's passion to make a difference for people through whole food, plant-based eating. A member of the Lifestyle College of the American College of Lifestyle Medicine, Meryl has her master's degree in nursing and holds certificates from the T. Colin Campbell Center for Nutrition Studies and Plant-Based Nutrition, Ruby Online Culinary School, and Forks Over Knives Plant-Based Cuisine. She's also on the board of directors of the T. Colin Campbell Center for Nutrition Studies and CEO of Plant-Based Nutrition Movement. So, welcome, Meryl. I am so excited, and for some reason, I don't have the title of your segment. Where did it go?
I have it.
Hey, what is it? Tell us.
I can tell you. I know
Tell
that.
us.
It's called Helping Children Blossom Wherever They're Planted.
Helping children blossom wherever they are planted. All right. Welcome, Meryl Fury.
Well, thank you very much, Mariquita. This is so exciting. I am honored to be here. Like I said, we're all going to keep our fingers crossed, and we're going to hope the technology does the thing it's supposed to do, right? So let's see. All right, we're going to do this, and then we'll do this. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yes, you can. Okay, great. Well, thank you again for having me. This has been a very full day. Earlier today, I was down working with a group of sickle cell disease patients, teaching them about food as medicine. And I get to wrap up my evening speaking with you here at VCOP 22. So this is a great day for me. So good evening, everyone. I am honored, like I said, to spend time with you, bringing Planet B to life. How lucky are we that we can sense it and we can see it just ahead on the horizon and we can make it happen, we can make it a reality. I feel like, there's that old story about like when at Christmas time, it comes up where they say, yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus. Well, yes, Virginia, there is a Planet B. And it's right here in front of us. We are looking at it. The question is, how do we get there? And that's like an amazingly fun question. It's kind of funny to ask, how do you arrive somewhere that you already are? And it really is a shift in mindset. It's like one of those Zen Buddhist koans. It's a riddle that's designed to be a doorway just to open another way to seeing the world. So this is what we're looking at this evening. All right, technology is working. Technology is not working. There we go. Okay. So I am a registered nurse. And as a nursing person, I have to say that I have no conflicts of interest to declare, which means I've not been paid by a pharmaceutical company or a biomedical company, in my case, ever for anything. And that would be an amazing situation if I ever was paid to talk about broccoli and Brussels sprouts, because that would mean that those companies are interested in having children and families eat healthy food, and they'd be interested in protecting life and the planet. And getting the Planet B might be an easier trip, but I don't have that as a problem at this point. Maybe one day in the future that'll happen. I retired from public health nursing in 2020. Now I lead a 501c3 nonprofit called Plant-Based Nutrition Movement, or PBNM for short. Like our name implies, our mission is to assist people to eat plants every day and all the time. And we work a lot with children. That sounds like a really cool job, I'm going to guess, for this particular population. And yeah, it really is. It is actually my dream job. PBNM was founded by a cardiologist. And even though I retired from nursing, once a nurse, you're forever a nurse. So when we work with adults or children, our focus is usually medical. We approach from the medical side. That's the starting point. I can tell you, though, with children, that rarely carries the day. They are not particularly interested in the heart attack that they might have when they're 55. It just doesn't register. So we go at it from a little bit different angle with children, and we do bring in the health part. So at the same time as we're aware of the health part, we are also fully aware, and there's no denying that our food system is wreaking havoc on every living being and on the planet herself. And you can see it playing out all over the world, especially in our children. In fact, it's sobering to say that our children are suffering the consequences of our way of life, and they are actually walking billboards for a system and a way of thinking that's gone awry. So, like I said before, I became president of PBNM. And before that, I was a public health nurse. In public health, and I draw strongly on that whole part of my life, in public health, we look at large numbers of people to see what is working for them and what's working against them, what's keeping them sick or what's keeping them healthy. I spent my entire nursing career studying whole zip codes of people. For more than 30 plus years, I worked with more than 40,000 individuals and families from all walks of life. I visited them in clinics and homes and schools, at train stations and grocery stores, restaurants, daycare centers, wherever I could find them. And I can tell you with absolute certainty, with every single family, one thing is completely count-onable for all of them. No matter if the family was doing well, if they were ultra wealthy, or where they live, or whatever their situation, no matter if they were living at in the penthouse apartment in some super elite area, or if they were barely getting by, or if they were well educated from elite universities, or if they are well seasoned from the schools of the streets, they all have one thing in common. They all want the best for their children. Their definitions of what's best may vary, and in fact do vary by quite a lot, but the goal is always the same. Now, to be clear, there are individual families that are exceptions to the rule, but I never met those people. In the 30 plus years that I was working with patients one-on-one like that, I was doing home visits and managing clinics. I never met somebody that didn't want the best for their children. For all families I've worked with, the greatest goal and challenge is keeping the kids on track. Now that means well-fed, healthy, strong, ready to learn, and growing up to contribute to society in however the family sees that. They want the kids to be considerate of others. They want the kids to leave the world better than how they found it. In short, they want the children to be resilient and bright and make the parents proud. Now, for parents, this is a tall order, and it's the toughest job you'll never get paid for. It is equally tough, however, for the kids, especially because our culture, our existing way of life right here where we live, and it seems like the whole world is feeling the same pinch, it changes rapidly. The culture changes so rapidly and does not seem to support that children produce these outcomes and live out this kind of ethos. But what if I told you there are some simple steps we can take with our children, in our families, in our schools, in our churches, to increase the odds of success, to make the parents and the kids' goal attainment easier, to help them blossom right where they're planted and get us to planet B without ever leaving home. Now, full disclosure, we know there are no guarantees, of course, but there is a way, there is a cheat code, and that's what we're going to talk about this evening. So let me tell you about a group of 9 and 10-year-olds at a school in Wisconsin that we had the honor of working with. 3 of us volunteered to work with these 4th and 5th graders for 1 school year. We visited the class once a month for a total of 7 times. Our goal was to teach them about eating vegetables, fruits, whole grains, and beans. If we could slip some mushrooms in there, we would, and seeds. On our first visit to the elementary school, we walked into the classroom full of squirmy 9 and 10-year-olds. We were armed with a lesson about food and an instant pot full of spiral pasta and a hearty veggie marinara. Now, that sounds like it might be a lot, but it was just spaghetti sauce that had some zucchini cooked in it and some Italian herbs, right? The kids were noisy and excited when we arrived, but the minute we set the food down, they went quiet. Just like you could have dropped a lentil on the floor and they would have heard it. The kids eyed the whole thing like it was something pulled from the bottom of a neglected fish tank. Ew, I don't want that, one kid shouted. That looks gross, another little boy said, visibly distraught. And the one I love the most, one little boy said, I don't eat spices. Well, this is not an environment for the faint of heart. This takes internal strength for an adult to walk into a room like that. I fully respect teachers and how they manage classrooms. That was one of those eyes wide open kind of moments, right? And clearly no place for being, having your heart on your sleeve or being too sensitive. So that's how we began. A 7-visit exploration of food and how it's connected to life and the universe and everything. And by the end of the 4th visit, those little darlings were different kids, and they were eating out of the palms of our hands. Well, so to speak. Now, we started with food, and it led to just about everything else. And actually last night, like in the middle of the night, it all sort of made sense to me in a different way. And I'll tell you about that in a little bit. But seeing the way the kids accepted the concepts and eagerly learned from the experiences was just mind-blowing and so tender and so sweet. We watched them transform right in front of our eyes. We watched these kids find their roots and grow and blossom. It was so powerful. We made it into an acronym, which I'm honored to share with you this evening. And I sent a little digital download. Mariquita, maybe you can tell people how they can access that. Just a free gift for you about this acronym and this framework that we're calling Blossom. So
Yes.
where did you get that?
Yes, we're going to make sure everybody gets that. Thank you, Meryl.
Beautiful. Thank you. Okay, so this is the Blossom framework, and we'll go into it in more depth here. But it's an approach to raising and training children, and it really works anywhere you have kids. So like I said, if you're in school, you're at a church, you're at a synagogue, a temple, you're at camp, you're on vacation, you're at home, wherever your kids are, this is a way to instill certain values and forward-looking approaches to being engaged with food and life and the planet in general. It provides a structure for how the kids can see themselves and their connection to all living beings and things. It's really based on the tenets of lifestyle medicine. Each one of these is important. The 7 cornerstones listed here I'll describe this evening. They're also important for adults, by the way. And you can start with any one of them because they're all connected. Although I honestly believe sleep and food are about the two most important. That's my personal take on them. Like I said, we started with food because we could, and that led to everything else. So we'll use the word blossom. Each letter stands for a valuable approach or aspect of child rearing that will get your kids to planet B. So let's go. B. Breathe fresh air. Now, this is about being out in green spaces, and it's also about encouraging mindfulness and even practicing breath work. Did you know that time spent in nature, I'm sure you guys all have a sense of this and you know, that time spent in nature improves mood and brain health. So does mindfulness, and so does breath work, oddly enough. They work together. And actually, if you can be out in nature and practice mindfulness and breath work together, that's a triple dose of some kind of wonderful stuff. It's also a method that reduces stress and encourages wonder. Encouraging kids to spend time outdoors is powerful. Green spaces help reduce behavior problems and also are known to improve academic performance. Exposure to greenery has been consistently linked to reduced behavioral problems, cognitive enhancement, and potentially improved academic performance. Focused mindful breathing has similar effects and also helps the child and adult to learn about themselves. So a couple practical tips. Make being outside, of course, in safe environments, a priority. Build in nature walks. Do a little gardening, even if it is just putting a seedling in a cup on your windowsill. Daily outdoor play is also important. And when you're outdoors, and if you can, go barefoot on the grass, the dirt, or the sand, or in the ocean if you happen to be near the beach, if possible. For mindful breathing, there are many ways to practice. And an easy one is breathing in to the count of 5 and then out to the count of 5. Try it. Encourage your kids to try it and see what happens. L. Love and respect all beings. Now, kids need kind, supportive relationships. They're essential to well-being and to feeling safe. We are really social animals. And even though all that stuff happened in 2020 and 2021, where we isolated ourselves, which was really difficult for a lot of people, we're designed to live in community. And that's why those lockdowns from COVID were so challenging. We're designed to live with people. We're supposed to be in tribes or groups. We appear to need to sharpen our skills these days, however. We don't get along as well as we used to in some cases. Supportive relationships are a key protective factor and are essential for mental health in children. So a couple practical tips. Teach kindness and active listening. Encourage teamwork and develop genuine empathy for all beings. Now, I'll be honest, I still have a little bit of a challenge being empathetic with mosquitoes and ticks. I have to work on that. But all beings deserve respect, right? Everybody's just here trying to do what they're here to do. Now, parents have a fine line to walk here. Teaching love and acceptance, super important. We also have to teach boundaries. We have to remember that stop still means stop, and no definitely still means no. And it is okay for a child to voice that when they feel the need to set limits with people. Oh, open to new adventures. Now, this is about building confidence and curiosity. Critical skills, I'm going to call them, or traits that lead to a broad range of experiences and more variety in your day, right? So building courage in small and big ways takes time, and it takes opportunities. You have to try to find new things to do. So encourage your children to try new activities, new foods, and experiences. This builds courage and curiosity, and it's essential for navigating the world. I'll tell you right now, I have 3 children. My younger one is in Denmark. He is 25 years old, and he has always wanted to be a traveler. He told me when he was 14, he wanted to be an expatriate. I didn't even know that he knew what that meant. But now at 25, he is living in Denmark and having a great time. Because of the proximity of Denmark to so many other countries, and he has a naturally adventurous spirit that looks like some of my slides are a little bit goofy here, but sorry about that. He has a naturally adventurous spirit. So he is taking advantage of being able to go to other countries, even if it's just for 48 hours. So a couple weeks ago, he went to Venice. That's a quick hop. It's like from me going from here to, not even Virginia, not even, right? Or last week, he was in Egypt. A couple weeks before that, he was in Greece, right? Just being adventurous and willing to try new things broadens his world and makes him a global citizen, which I think is part of us landing on planet B. We have to remember that we learn to do things by doing them. There's no other way. And we won't be perfect when we try. And it's thwarting to ask people or expect your child to be perfect when they try something. We can celebrate every effort. We can make success of shortfalls and missteps. It doesn't matter. Mistakes are part of the learning process. And missteps happen, and nothing beats a failure but a try, is what my mother used to say. S. Sleep. 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 We don't sleep. And especially our children are getting shortchanged on sleep. Quality sleep helps kids grow and regulates emotions and helps them think clearly. Sleep actually plays an important role in memory. It affects mood, motivation, and judgment. Now, people have asked me which of these cornerstones is most important. And I said, I think the 2 most important are sleep and nutrition. Sleep is almost the most important to me. You can go a whole lifetime skipping the other 7. Now, it won't be it'll be a different kind of life, but we can't go more than a couple days without sleep, period. We will fall asleep in our chair, standing up, on the sidewalk. I've seen all kinds of people fall asleep all kinds of places, right? So sleep is really important. Practical tips. Sleep is critical for good health and mood stability. The brain will go haywire if deprived of adequate sleep. Many of us, kids and adults alike, do not get enough sleep. We're on our mobile devices, we're on our computers, we're on our phones, and sleep gets short shrift. Sleep adequacy and quality is worth a whole conversation. This could be a 2, 4, 5-hour conversation. But just make sure you're getting something like 8 to 10 hours of restorative sleep per night if you can. Children need quite a bit. Infants need a lot. And kids in school, certainly 10 hours is not unusual. One thing, some practical tips about sleep. Start winding down the evening about an hour before bedtime. So that means put the screens away. You can start dimming the lights. One thing that I've seen recommended is change the color of the lighting. So go to a pink tone light as opposed to a bright blue-white light. So start dimming the lights. Bedtime rituals can be very helpful. Like I said, stop screen time, dim the lighting. The dimming of the lighting sort of signals the body that it's time to quiet the mind. It is through the eyes that we get that, right? Gentle music can help, or white noise can help. A warm bath or a shower, a cup of chamomile tea or hibiscus tea is very calming. A light lavender essential oil spray on the bed sheets or massage of the shoulders and neck can be wonderful just before bed and calming people down. Sleep is so important. Second S there in blossom. Stay active and playful. There's no need to be so serious all the time. And I have to remind myself of this, especially in the world as it is right now. It is so easy to be stressed out and worried about what's going on and what's going to happen next. It's important that we take time and shake our sillies out, right? Laugh and be playful, jump, run, right? Play games. Strengthen body and mind, games and play. Very important. They strengthen our body and mind. They help improve focus. And active play requires daily movement, right? Which is a whole nother thing. It's a way to burn off energy and to burn off stress hormones and to help our mind sort of figure out tough problems. Movement is vital for physical health and mental focus. And movement is actually now known to be a type of medicine. Children who are more physically active perform better academically and have better memory and attention. Make family dance parties. So here's your practical tips. Make family dance parties. Okay, maybe you don't dance. Okay, make family jump up and down parties or run up and down the stairs parties or walk around the block parties, whatever it is. Do something where you're moving together, right? Go outdoors if possible. It helps improve sleep. It helps build strong muscles. It helps us think differently. It builds our appetites. And it can foster an awareness of our connection to all living beings. One more practical tip. And I used to love to play this game. I would ask myself, now it's just me talking to myself. This wasn't an out loud kind of game, but you certainly could play it out loud. I would ask myself, how am I like a tree? And I would have to find three things, three ways I was like a tree. So I'd say, well, I'm upright and the leaves are like my hair and the branches are like my arms. Let's say it was something like that. I might also say, how am I like a mouse? Well, sometimes I'm small and scared. Sometimes I go, eek. Anything like that, right? It's a great game you can play with your kids, and it gives them a connection to other living beings or other inanimate objects. How are you like a chair? How are you like a tree branch? How are you like the girl across the street? Try it. See what comes up. Okay. Oh, own your unique gift. Now, this is about celebrating your children's strengths, which builds self-esteem. Every child, regardless of how they are, where they are in the world, every child, every adult, every being has something special to offer. Help your children discover, celebrate, and develop their unique talents. Each small evolution of how their talents show up is a win. Celebrate what makes each child special to build on their self-esteem and purpose. Practical tips. Now, there's more to life than good grades in school. Everybody knows that. But remember to praise your children for all their strengths, even those beyond academics. Offer a variety of opportunities. Now we're back to being courageous to develop different interests. This requires being brave and sometimes a little vulnerable. Remind them that they have an important place in the world. There's no one else in this world that has their special combination of talents. Supporting them to try new things says, I believe in you. And there's nothing, honestly, nothing that is more powerful than that for a child. M, make smart food choices a habit. Now, probably most of the folks on this particular call are eating lots of plants. Eating plants supports growth, immunity, and brain development. And I want to go do a little bit deeper dive here into nutrition, because eating plants and whole foods builds lifelong healthy habits and hopefully can prevent some pretty serious chronic illnesses in the long run. So a colorful plant-rich diet is crucial for kids' growth and brain health. Children need fruits and vegetables daily. This is from the Center for Disease Control, which we don't usually expect to see say things like this. But in 2023, they actually reported that children need fruits and vegetables daily for healthy growth and brain development. They were responding to a study that they did looking at tens of thousands of children all across the country that indicated that many of our children do not get a daily fruit or vegetable in the course of a week. And what they were asking the parents was to look back over the last 7 days and ask how many times had your child had a fruit or vegetable. They did not get a daily fruit or vegetable in many of those cases. What I found interesting was that was the last 7 days. What about the 7 days prior to that? Or the 7 days prior to that? Or the whole 2 months or 4 months before that? Our children do not get fed enough fruits and vegetables. So it's important that we make this a priority. Some practical tips. You can involve your children in menu planning, shopping, and cooking. When we choose plants for our foods, we're helping save the planet, animals, and habitats. It may be the one thing actually that a kid can control. When you ask them, what would you like to do to help save the planet? Food is one thing they can control. You can do things like make food tasting games, like Taste the Rainbow challenges, or let's have a all yellow and orange fruit day challenge, or let's go berry picking, or let's plant a garden, tomatoes, herbs, any of that, or learn about edible flowers. There are so many ways to go that can deepen a child's understanding of plant foods. Now, like I said, I'm going to take this just a little bit deeper because plants provide way more than we commonly think of. So let's look at this study of dietary sources of neurotransmitters, which was published by Briguglio et al. In 2018. These are images from their meta-analysis that they published in the journal Nutrients. This shows the presence of 6 different and important neurotransmitters available in foods. Now, let me just step back a minute. I am a public health nurse. I am not a neuro nurse. So I don't have deep knowledge on neuro-specific kind of transmitters. I can give you some basic information though. First, I want you to notice that only plant foods have fiber. We know that, right? Fiber is not available in dairy products and not available in eggs or fish or chicken or other animal muscle. Fiber is only available in plants. Fiber strengthens our immune system, partly by feeding the microbiome, right? The microbiome is that lovely set of viruses and microbes and other eukaryotes, all kinds of fun little small, can I call them beings also? Microbes that live in our gut, right? And there's microbiome all over the body. There's the skin microbiome, there's the mouth microbiome. This we're talking specifically about the gut, which starts at the mouth and ends at the rectum, okay? I'm going to talk like a nurse for a minute. All right, so fiber feeds the microbiome. That's how that works. The microbiome is in direct communication with the brain. And when we eat these foods and others, of course, we are facilitating that connection. Interestingly enough, Briguglio, in this meta-analysis of studies that they did, found that these foods provide neurotransmitters, which, yes, communicate between brain and body. Okay? All right, now these 6 neurotransmitters that we're going to highlight here provide certain particular capabilities for the body, right? Or the way the mind works. They allow us to learn, remember, compartmentalize, discern, organize, tell the difference between objects, pivot when we need to change our course of action abruptly. They help us sleep. They help us prioritize, calm the nervous system, and balance anxiety, satisfaction, and reward attainment. Acetylcholine is related specifically to memory, motivation, arousal, and attention. It's essential for learning tasks of discrimination. GABA helps reduce nerve excitability. It helps provide that calming effect on the central nervous system. Now, I could ask, what do children in America eat? On average, what is the standard American kid diet? Now, I don't know if you can answer that by putting things in the chat. I can't see the chat from the view that I'm on, but I'm going to guess if you put things in the chat, it would be things like chicken nuggets, pizza, burgers, hot dogs, cereal, ice cream, milk, donuts, candies, cakes, and cookies. That's the typical American diet. Oh, wait, Kraft macaroni and cheese. There might be a couple other random things in there, but that's mostly the American kid diet. By and large, our children are not getting these foods. Now, that may not be true in this audience, but this audience is not typical for the American population, I'm going to say. So on average, our children are not getting eggplant. They're not getting mushrooms. They're not getting beans. They're not getting wild strawberries. Am I right? Or am I way off? They're not getting chestnuts. They're not getting too many sweet potatoes, except maybe around Thanksgiving. And then it's going to be loaded with marshmallows and butter, right? Okay. Let's look at the next set. Dopamine and serotonin. Now, these are the feel-good neurotransmitters. Dopamine is responsible for allowing us to feel pleasure, satisfaction, and motivation. Serotonin helps regulate attention, behavior, and body temperature, digestive processes, blood flow, regulating satisfaction, happiness, and optimism versus depression. Our children are rarely eating these things: pomegranates, wild rice, chicory, velvet bean. Oh, tomato. We get that in the form of ketchup or tomato sauce on pizza. Potatoes, maybe as French fries. That's not really what a potato is, though. French fry is a far cry from a baked potato or boiled potatoes, right? So our children are not getting some of the basic foundational substances that they need. Now, when I speak with audiences in person where I can actually see their faces and I'm not, your view isn't obliterated by my screen. Very often I'm speaking with grandparents, and the grandparents feel they have no way that they can bring more fruits and vegetables to their children, their grandchildren, that is. Maybe the children actively intervene. But I'm going to encourage anyone who has anything to say about what children eat anywhere, including in a church, a synagogue, a temple, at a summer camp, after school program, in school, wherever you are, encourage them to eat vegetables. Encourage them. Make it fun. Make it a game. Now, interestingly enough, the United States is considered, there's a book out actually called Dopamine Nation. Dopamine and serotonin are these feel-good hormone or neurotransmitters, like I said. And very often in the standard American diet or the standard American kid diet, even more so, Food scientists are spending lots of time and they're being paid exorbitant amounts of money to create foods that trigger the release of dopamine in the brain. They light up little certain places in the brain that signal pleasure. And they are usually combinations of some mishmash of flour, sugar, fat, salt, and artificial flavors, artificial colors, texturizers, and things like that, right? Mixing agents. Wouldn't it be amazing if instead of going for a Twix bar or Kentucky Fried Chicken or whatever it is that people feed their children that triggers dopamine release, we could also do it by giving them oranges or bananas or strawberries, wild rice, kiwis. These are amazing, amazing foods that we don't take advantage of. We don't feed our children this way. Here's the last two, glutamate and histamine. Glutamate is needed to keep the brain functioning properly. It shapes learning and memory. Histamine has the most negative reputation for most of us. It's part of our immune response, and we think of it in terms of taking antihistamines, right? So you're going to take Claritin or one of those to stop some sort of allergic reaction, right? Histamine also produces the itching and inflammation. Along with that, the runny nose, the watery eyes, an allergic reaction, but it also is important in sleep and digestion. So you can see that these are the two neurotransmitters out of this group of 6 that we're more likely to get, because we certainly eat ketchup and other cooked tomato products, chips and savory snacks, noodles, cheese, salami, cured dried meat, sausages, those kinds of things, alcoholic beverages for the adults among us, dairy products. So we certainly get our fair share of histamines and glutamate. But just keep in mind they are important in how our brains and bodies work. Now, another little thing. When a child or an adult gets one of these diagnoses, ADHD, here on the left, ADHD, anxiety, depression, or bipolar disorder, very often they're going to be prescribed a medication that will do something to the neurotransmitters to help compensate for whatever they believe is off balance in the brain of these chemicals, right? So, for example, in ADHD, the child would get a medication that would increase dopamine and increase norepinephrine. This is in general, on average, right? For a person who suffers from anxiety, they might get a medication that increases serotonin, increases GABA, decreases norepinephrine, decreases histamine. So see how this works? In depression, they're looking to increase serotonin, increase dopamine, decrease histamines, right? Bipolar disorder being a little bit more challenging, but they're looking to increase GABA, decrease glutamate, increase acetylcholine and dopamine. They are doing one or the other for norepinephrine and for serotonin. Now, if we go back here, let's see if we can get this to go backwards. Here we go. What if we intentionally use food as medicine and we chose to give our children something that would increase dopamine intentionally or increase serotonin intentionally, like the pharmaceuticals do? Or in this one, increase GABA, increase acetylcholine by feeding them certain foods, because we know food is medicine. Literally, literally, food is medicine. These foods have these neurotransmitters, or the building blocks, foundational materials thereof, that we can selectively feed or eat to help balance out these things and not have to deal with the side effects of the medications, right? Give the children a little bit more chance, right? Now, like I said earlier, In 30 years as a public health nurse, I've worked with literally 40 or probably 50,000 individuals and families. And even in the worst cases of family dysfunction, no parent has ever told me that they wanted to see their child suffer with emotional, physical, or mental health issues. Quite to the contrary. Every parent has told me that they want their kids to be healthy and strong and smart and successful. Yet here we are, with our children struggling to reach their highest potential, and more of them being diagnosed and prescribed meds, a lot having to do with the way we raise and feed them. This isn't to make anyone feel shame or guilt. We're doing the best we can. Every parent does the best they can. And that's what this Blossom framework is built to help. So back to the kids in the school. What happened with those 9 and 10-year-olds I was telling you about? We had 7 lessons, like I said, and on the left here, you can see some of the lessons. We talked about what is food. So we defined food. Food is not just something you put in your mouth to fill your belly. It is there to help you learn and grow, be ready to heal, help prevent you from being sick. There's a definition for food that we use. We also talked about why do we eat? How do you read food labels? What is a microbiome? And what's going on in the rainforest, right? We also, every single time we went, we brought food. So the first day, like I said, was spiral pasta and red sauce. We also did chocolate sweet potato pudding. We did a taste the rainbow. We did a salad bar. We did banana berry smoothies. And then we did kids' choice, which for this group of kids, they wanted frozen acai bowls. And that's what we did. It was 7 lessons and a fantastic classroom teacher that supported every effort. And the kids literally went from fear to excitement about learning and trying new things. They had an outdoor garden, and that was our urban gardener that helped them grow huge leaves of kale and collards. Here they are eating salads and trying things that they never tried before. Absolutely gorgeous to watch these kids. This little boy down in the corner here smiling with a salad bowl. He's the one who said that he didn't eat spices. We brought in the salad bar and he just about leveled that salad bar all by himself. That's the type of stuff that brings tears to my eyes, just so you know. Beautiful stuff. I love these little faces. I just love them. And you can see, like, they've made it. They're planted and they're blossoming. They're on planet B. They are planet B. All it takes now is reminders and opportunities. Fertilizer, water, sun, go outside, walk in the grass, and they'll keep growing. They're fabulous, beautiful. So here's the results. They had a school garden outside and an indoor garden in the classroom, which we helped provide. The kids wound up eating more vegetables, whole grains, beans, fruits, and a wider range of flavors. They were less picky. I didn't have anybody tell me ever again that they didn't eat zucchini or they didn't eat spices. They were way more adventurous. And the kids understanding that there's a connection between their food choices and the health of the planet. And they had the budding skills to make a difference for themselves and for their families. This was such powerful work. Beautiful. On the last day, there were 22 kids in the room. 7 of the 22 kids asked how they could stop their parents from buying meat. And 3 of the 22 kids said they didn't want to eat any meat anymore, period. That is success. Beautiful, beautiful to be a part of. Okay, here's my my slide making me laugh instead of cry, which is wonderful. So B, breathe fresh air. L, love and respect all beings. O, open to new adventures. S, sleep, please. Dear God, let them sleep soundly. S, stay active and playful. O, own your own unique gift. M, make smart food choices a habit. And here's the recipe we used. 7 lessons incorporating play, time outdoors, courage, gardening. I'm going to say 10 to 15 hours sleeping and dreaming about what is food, why we eat, and how food affects the planet. We loaded in a hefty dose of positive peer pressure because, nothing says try beets like 3 of your friends right next to you trying beets. That was great. We mixed it all gently and blended it until sort of lumpy, like chunky peanut butter. And we sweetened it with liberal amounts of praise and hugs as requested and as appropriate. And then we allowed each child to season it to taste with their own unique skills and abilities. And we applauded them. Before I go any further, I want to let you know about this particular project that we work on. It's called More Plants on Plates. It is in relation to a school law change, food law change that occurred in Illinois in 2023. And it says that any child requesting a plant-based lunch in a school system in Illinois can receive it. Takes prior request, and the food will be given without any additional cost. So we encourage parents and children to sign up to get the school plant-based lunches. And on the other side, it's like we work both sides of the coin. So there's the parents and the children, that's the demand side. And then we also support the school food service directors to provide the food. We connect them with vendors that have what we call CN labeled, child nutrition labeled foods that are appropriate, plant-based, center of plate, protein primarily. So we're talking about beans and black bean burgers and falafel and chickpeas and things like that, right? Veggie nuggets, things like that. So we work both sides of that coin. In the course of last year, we had 1,200 kids sign up for this program all across the state of Illinois in 278 different school districts. The program continues now. We have another 9 schools signed up, and we actually have one school that went completely whole food plant, well, I won't say whole food, completely plant-based for breakfast, lunch, and snack with great result. If you're interested in exploring getting one of your schools involved in this program, we do not limit it to Illinois anymore. That was last year. This year we are also in Michigan. And right now I'm speaking to a school in Hawaii. So it's all available with everything being online. It's super easy to do. Just let me know. I will give you my contact information here in a minute. At the end of this year in December, we will have our Child Nutrition Summit. All of you are invited. It's free, open to the public. Save the date, take a picture of this slide. Marikita, maybe I will ask you and Dr. Rao to help broadcast this invitation to your audience. If anyone is interested in learning more about child nutrition and how to make it more palatable, how to make it stick, how to get it into your schools, what happens in schools, what happens, how do you bring it forward? How do you make it important? Please let me know. Okay. So if I could have 3 wishes granted, they would be, and I'll probably cry, so forgive me, that our children understand how deeply they are connected to the world and to others, and that they find joy in bringing their own gifts to the world instead of scheming about what they can take from the world, and that they know they are a part of the resolution of an age-old inquiry that answers the question of how to be a mindful contributor who leaves the world better than how they found it. That would be proof that they've blossomed, and that is how we land on Planet B. This is my contact information. You can scan the QR code. Email me anytime. Happy to have conversations about how we can make our children landing on Planet B a solid reality and in real time. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them. And I will stop sharing.
We have 3 questions from Michael in the chat,
Okay,
if you're ready for them.
I am.
Somebody want to bring me up? Thank you. Wondering if it was the school or the parents that brought you in to teach the children. In addition to children asking you how to stop parents from buying meat, what other surprises came after providing your lessons, and any particular pieces of feedback that came to you from the school, parents, or children from that matter?
Okay, we'll take those one at a time. First question was, how did I come into the school? You know, schools, I have found, are very protective, and rightfully so. Please protect our children in schools. First thing. So it takes building a rapport with the school or knowing a teacher who is interested in this sort of thing, right? In this case, I had been kind of casting a wide net looking for a school that was interested in having a program. And a teacher that I knew from a long time ago, I hadn't been in touch with her for years, contacted me on Facebook and said, hey, are you doing this thing with children and nutrition? How I want to do that. And actually, it was the school was in a low income area, and the teacher had been buying snacks for her children, her class, a lot of the time. She was providing snacks, and it was, okay, costly for her. She's buying it out of her own money. So it worked out really well. We were able to provide all the snacks. And that's part of the program that we worked with them, is that we provided all the snacks so that she could feed the children whole food snacks 2 to 3 times a week. We also provided an Instant Pot. We provided her with a refrigerator. We provided her with a Vitamix. And she was able to provide the kids with lots, like I said, 2 to 3 times a week. So it worked well for her. It worked great for the kids. And it satisfied our desires also. So it checked all the boxes. Second question was, or tell me what the second question was, or I'll be guessing.
In addition to children asking you how to stop parents from buying meat, what other surprises came after providing your lessons, and any particular pieces of feedback that came to you from the school, parents, or children for that matter?
Okay. It was funny. Every lesson, we learned something too, every lesson, which is, I guess, the best way. That's the best outcome. We all learn, right? So, for example, we brought the Taste the Rainbow exercise, and we had called 7 different tables. We had, the red, the orange, the yellow, the blue, the green, the beige, white, tables. Things that I would have thought the kids would like, they didn't like, right? So tart cherries. I don't see anything wrong with tart cherries myself in the range of red. They didn't like that. Nope, those look like raisins, and that's what grandma has. Who eats raisins? No, we don't like raisins. So they would, I always just ever ask them, okay, just be brave, try it one time. If you don't like it, just squish it, feel it, smell it. Is it safe? Feel safe? Okay, lick it. Just take a little nip of it. It's you don't like it, you can throw it away, and I'll still love you all the same, And so that was one thing that was surprising. They're very clear on what they like and don't like. They're very, very clear. But if you can get them past their preconceived idea, very often they're willing to try it. And to remember that it can take 10 or 20, I'm not exaggerating, to up to 20 times for a child to taste something before they accept it, and in different forms we would give. To be honest, I did not spend any time worrying about the parents. Okay, I'm going to guess this is mostly an adult crowd. Adults are challenging. They're way more challenging than children. So in the classroom, we work with the kids. They're lively and funny and very clear on what they accept and what they don't accept. Any adults who walked into the room were required to model the behavior that we were expecting from the children, which worked out great. We sent home material to the parents about what we were doing and really never got anything back from the parents, questions or concerns or anything much. The kids definitely ran that whole show.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
I think there's a couple of hands up.
Okay. C.H. Sailesh Rao. And
Hi, Meryl.
hi.
What a great presentation. Thank you so much
My pleasure.
it's a perfect ending to this day.
Thank you so much.
Amazing work. So what is the name of the school that went entirely plant-based in Illinois?
That is called Lions Math and Science Christian Academy. So it's a very small school, and the chef cooks everything from scratch. She was amazing, just amazing. Yeah.
I would love to visit that school.
Okay. Let's set it up.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yes. Any other questions? Oh, there's one. Rebecca Allen.
Hello.
Hi, Hi.
Yes, there I am. I tell you what, I am so pleased. I thought it was an excellent presentation too. I'm a former teacher but I'm not around children very much anymore, as often as I would like to be. But how would someone get started if they're not a teacher, if they're not a nurse, how would they get started in interacting with the schools? Or is that the best place for them to start?
Like I said, schools have to be careful about who they let in, right? We all understand that. Schools might not be the best place to start unless you already have a relationship with a teacher or a school district or a principal or something. It can be very frustrating. It can take a while, at least a year it can, or more in some cases, depending upon what part of the country you're in, or if somebody perceives you as a threat or whatever, things happen. It might be easier, actually, and you can do the same work in a faith-based setting. If you're a part of a church or a temple, a synagogue, if you're connected to a sangha, you have children around you in that way, that might be just as wonderful. I would think it could be, right?
Yes.
After school programs can be helpful. Again, a little challenging, but some of the schools in the after school setting are a little bit less rigid. Summer camps, Boys and Girl Scouts, another good access. We actually work with a local, very large Boy and Girl Scout troop here, and we go and do samplings. There are actually some plant-based families that are scout families, and we have had the experience of it's a camporee for the weekend, and what they're serving is hot dogs. The most anemic looking, pale, disgusting, on horrible white bread with some Rice Krispie treats. Like, oh my goodness. What year are we in? Where are we, right? So we go non-judgmentally, of course. We bring a instant pot full of bean chili or like a Mexican flavored kind of stew, something very flavorful, veggie loaded, and some corn tortillas, right? The tostada type, flat, hard. Put some mashed beans on there, put that Mexican stew on, maybe a little nutritional yeast, maybe not, maybe some salsa, maybe some broccoli sprouts. And that's what we give the plant-based families. And they're so, so grateful, so grateful. So those might be easier ways, little less threatening, little less gatekeeping. That's what comes to mind. Maybe preschools might be also another way you could go toward the very, very young children. But again, remember that school lunch programs are governed by the USDA.
Right.
Which means they're following the myplate.gov, which means there's going to be meats and there's going to be cheeses and there's going to be milk, because that's just the way that's created. So it's easier to go and try and give a snack if you're going into a school setting, and then you're not conflicting with the meals exactly.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you.
Yeah.
Tammy, did you have one? We have time, I guess, for one last question.
Should I click on her?
Tammy?
There she is.
I'm doing the closing prayer, so I don't have a question.
Okay, so yes, Tammy. Oh, thank you.
Okay. Oh,
Can
you're
you
on mute, Tammy, if you're speaking.
Yeah, no, sorry, I wasn't able to unmute. I have quite a few questions, Meryl, and I know that we're doing the closing, so I will just really thank you. That was so lovely. I have grandchildren, and we have a lot of fun in the kitchen. I would really love to know how, the vegan grandmothers can support this, and also, and I will reach out to ask this, but if you could answer it real quick, but are there community gardens that are going up, and even like trees in inner cities that are, apple trees and fruit trees? Are we planting fruit trees at all? That would be a beautiful project.
That would be a beautiful project. I have not seen that here in Wisconsin, so it may be different. Maybe things are different in Hawaii, where they actually have a year-round growing season. Here in Wisconsin, you don't get much of a growing season in a way. One thing I've heard about planting fruit trees is that as they drop the fruit, it's messy. It can, attract vermin, rodents. It can attract things. So most city planners are not trying to plant fruit trees. There are city gardens, urban gardens that we can take advantage of. One of my friends actually runs that's her nonprofit, is building city urban gardens in people's backyards and wherever she can get land. And that works really well. She invites kids to come help work the garden and do school trips. So that's as much as I know about that.
Okay.
But definitely email me anytime. I hope you took my my email address, or you can certainly get it from Mariquita. I'd be happy to talk with you anytime.
Yeah, it would be lovely to get an apple tree planting project, because they grow in pretty cool, different apples grow in pretty cool climates. I'm in Canada, and they cold store all year. So we could have like an apple a day program in so many schools if we were growing apples everywhere. So thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
Yeah.
All right. And Meryl, anyone else that didn't get a chance to ask your questions, is it all right if I give them your email, or they can reach out to
Absolutely.
you? Okay.
Absolutely.
I think there were some questions that we missed, and I'm very sorry about that, but definitely. All right. Well, I'm just so grateful that you gave us such wisdom and from your heart, Meryl. I love you. You are such a blessing, and you're spreading the word to help heal our children and get them going and living for a long, productive life. And how beautiful that is. I'm so touched by you, Meryl. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you so much for the invitation and the opportunity. It means the world to me too.
All right. So this has been very beautiful this day, and we've heard such a variety of topics, some very moving, probably shed some tears, and had some challenging topics. And we also learned direct information on how to thrive on Planet B. I want to thank everyone for your questions, and make sure that you come back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And now we're going to have closing words from one of my beautiful friends, another beautiful heart, the Interfaith Vegan Coalition's Tams Nicholson.
Marikita, thank you so much. And Meryl, I look forward to watching the recording. I had to work today or I would have been here. So I'm Tams Nicholson, the executive director of All Creatures, and we're a faith-based ethico-vegan organization that's been working since 1998 to create a peaceful world. So I'm just going to take a moment and have us start by centering. So let us begin by arriving in this moment together. Wherever we are, let us be fully here. Close your eyes if you feel safe to do so. Feel the earth beneath you. Let it hold you. Allow your shoulders to soften. Let your breath deepen. Inhale, peace. Exhale all that no longer serves you. And maybe some things no longer serve you after what you've learned today. So let's breathe them out. Now bring to your mind's eye a creature, perhaps one you've met or one who represents the millions we hold in our hearts. See them free, see them safe, see them loved. Inhale their innocence. Exhale your devotion to their protection. Now imagine all of us, this global circle linked by an unbreakable bond of protection. We are one body, breathing as one heart, moving as one voice for justice. So now I want to take us into my closing prayer. Loving source of all life, we come before you in reverence, hearts cracked open by the suffering in our world and hearts ablaze with the fire of transformation. We lift up this gathering, this sacred assembly of peacemakers, visionaries, and truth bearers who have dared to believe that a world of nonviolence is not only possible, but inevitable when love leads. Bless every heart present here. Bless the courage it takes to face the truth. Bless the pain we've witnessed and the hope we hold on to. May we never again look away from the suffering, but instead let it shape us into healers. May we walk as kin with all beings, feathered, furred, finned, scaled, and in their skin. May we remember that the cry of the oppressed, whether human or non-human, is the voice of the Creator pleading through time. Let our activism be prayers in motion. Let our compassion be contagious. Let our love be fierce and unstoppable. For the forests still breathe, the oceans still sing, the animals are still waiting, and our children are still hoping. We vow again with humble hearts to live the nonviolence we seek, to embody the peace we preach, to dismantle the systems of harm through unwavering love. We go forth not alone, but as a great awakening choir of conscience. Amen. So may it be. Let love lead us home. Good night, everybody, and thank you for this beautiful gathering.
There is a place where all life thrives, where every creature is respected, compassionately saving lives, and no one is rejected. Our world of peace, and harmony. We call this planet B. This place we know is upside down, a chaos of extremes. In unity we turn it around and live the life of dreams. A world of peace and harmony. We call this planet B. We know is upside down, a chaos of extremes. In unity we turn it around and live the life of dreams. Oh, a world of peace and harmony. We call this planet B. This place we know is upside down, a chaos of extremes. In unity we turn it around and live the life of dreams. A world of peace and harmony. We call this planet B. We call this planet B. Call this planet B. There is a place where all life thrives, where every creature is respected, compassionately saving lives, and no one is rejected. Our world of peace and harmony. We call this planet B. This place we know is up